Good afternoon, everybody. It is Steve Lookner with Agenda Free TV. We are here to bring you more updates on the war in the Middle East. And as you probably know by now, President Trump has extended the deadline for Iran to open the Strait of Hormuz by 5 days. By 5 days, which by my math puts it into Saturday. So we're going to talk about that. By the way, there's supposed to be an NTSB press conference coming up on the plane accident last night at LaGuardia Airport. So we may take a look at that. I have that on the screen. And there's talk of maybe some negotiations that are going to be going on in Pakistan. And shout out to somebody named Gordo on X who figured out that this plane was possibly flying to Pakistan. It's a U.S. Air Force official-looking plane, and it took off at 5:11 a.m. this morning, and it certainly looks like it's heading for possibly Pakistan, because Pakistan is here. See, there's Pakistan here. So we'll see we can see where it goes, but you can see it certainly does look, maybe this is, Steve Witkoff or J.D. Vance or something. I don't know. So something to keep an eye on. We'll keep an eye on that. And then one of our viewers said they saw some sort of, is there an alert right now? I'm not seeing an alert right. Oh, you know what? Is there a drone alert? I'm not seeing it. Some of our viewers said they saw something on Intel cams. Hang on. Give me a moment here. Or you heard something on Intel cams or something like that? Some of our viewers saying there was a drone alert. Maybe that's what you saw. There was a drone alert 7 minutes ago in northern Israel. I believe it was northern Israel. So maybe you saw a drone getting shot down or something. Okay, so we want to get you updates on what is going on and possible negotiations. I did see a report. Reuters reported a couple hours ago that Idris Ali from Reuters reported a couple hours ago that a Pakistani official said Vice President Vance, White House envoy Witkoff, and Trump's son-in-law Jared Kushner were expected to meet Iranian officials in Islamabad, Pakistan this week, following a call between Trump and Pakistan's army chief, Asim Munir. Are any of them on this plane right now? Who's on that plane that appears to be headed for Pakistan on flightradar24.com? That plane, again, left at 5:11 a.m. It left the U.S. at 5:11 a.m. 5:11 a.m. Now, that's like a couple hours before President Trump even posted on Truth Social. Because President Trump posted on Truth Social, extending the deadline like 2 hours after that. That's interesting. Hang on a moment. Okay. One of our viewers, Flanzy, says market manipulation at its finest. Flanzy thinks there was market manipulation. For those who didn't see it, I'm guessing pretty much everybody out there saw it. At 7:23 a.m. this morning, Eastern Time, President Trump said, "I am pleased to report that the United States of America and the country of Iran have had over the last 2 days very good and productive conversations regarding a complete and total resolution of our hostilities in the Middle East. Based on the tenor and tone of these in-depth, detailed, and constructive conversations, which will continue throughout the week, I have instructed the Department of War to postpone any and all military strikes against Iranian power plants and energy infrastructure for a 5-day period, subject to the success of the ongoing meetings and discussions. Thank you for your attention to this matter." Jenna says Iran said no such conversation took place. I saw something from their speaker of their parliament. I'm taking everything on both sides with a grain of salt, to be honest. The Iranian parliament speaker posted, he said, hold on. MB Ghalibaf. MB Ghalibaf. He's Iran's Speaker of Parliament. He said, and again, who knows what's going on. He said, "Our people demand the complete and humiliating punishment of the aggressors. All officials stand firmly behind their leader and people until this goal is achieved. No negotiations with America have taken place. Fake news is intended to manipulate financial and oil markets and to escape the quagmire." He said, "Fake news is intended to manipulate financial and oil markets and to escape the quagmire into which America and Israel are trapped." Tim says, "We don't know what to believe about this war." By the way, military resources keep moving to the Middle East. OSINT Technical pointed out that, for example, the Wall Street Journal says thousands of U.S. Marines are scheduled to arrive in the Middle East on Friday. They say the amphibious assault ship USS Tripoli, the amphibious landing dock USS New Orleans, and roughly 2,200 Marines from the 31st Marine Expeditionary Unit will cross into U.S. Central Command on Friday, and it will take another few days for them to get to the Strait of Hormuz. That is according to the Wall Street Journal. And remember, there's a whole other Marine Expeditionary Unit coming from California. And, the Wall Street Journal says the Marine Expeditionary Unit from California will depart in a few weeks and won't arrive in CENTCOM for a few weeks after that. That's interesting. That's interesting. I mean, so that's a while. The Marine Expeditionary Force from California. What did they say? Will depart in a few weeks. It won't arrive in CENTCOM for a few weeks after that. Give me a moment here. I got to get this posted. All right, give me 1 second here. Thank you. The Marine Expeditionary Unit. Okay. We are waiting. Well, we're going to bring you more updates. I'm keeping my eye on the NTSB upcoming press conference about the crash plane accident at LaGuardia last night. So we're going to talk. We might peek at that or listen in on that. And we're going to bring you the latest updates, and we're going to take a bunch of your comments on the air. Let me just make sure I'm not missing anything that's happening right this second. Bunch of different reports floating around today about what's going on with possible negotiations between the US and Iran. I'm seeing people posting about a report in Politico. Should mention that. Here. The headline on Politico right now is Trump administration eyeing Iran's parliament speaker as US-backed leader. That's what Politico is saying. So Politico says that the Trump administration is quietly weighing Iran's parliament speaker as a potential partner and even a future leader. He is seen by some in the White House as a workable partner, says Politico. But the White House is not ready to commit to any one person. According to an official that Politico talked to, was this a U.S. official or some sort of official, an administration official? According to an administration official, this is according to Politico. The Politico says, according to an administration official, Trump doesn't want to take out Karg Island, Iran's major oil hub. Oh, I think there was a strike. I think there was a strike here. Was there just a strike in Beirut? Hold on. Not hearing anything. Why am I not hearing anything? Oh, there's some. Let me see. I can rewind this. It's not on the other camera, though. It's only on this camera. I'm looking. Oh, hold on. I have the other camera. Let's go to the other camera. I think there was just a strike in Beirut. Hang on. Let's get rid of this. Why is this like this? I see. I'm confusing myself. I see. That's there. Let's make this go over here. Okay, there's smoke. And let's rewind a second. Okay, let's watch a replay moments ago. Moments ago here. Moments ago. This is moments ago in Beirut. So it looks like they missed the flash. That was in Beirut moments ago. Airstrike in Beirut moments ago. And then there's the smoke. Yeah, some Lebanese news accounts I follow say news Israeli strike in the southern suburbs of Beirut. So again, that was just a couple minutes ago. Okay, now when I know it still says Beirut, Tel Aviv, New York City, because I had 3 cameras up, and I'm going to put them back up. All right, so that's now live. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to do this. I want to get this one rid of this. I want to get this one back. Okay, now we're live at New York, in Beirut, in Tel Aviv. Now, what I was going to say is, what I was trying to say before, is that an administration official tells Politico that Trump doesn't want to take out Karg Island, Iran's major oil hub, because he hopes the next leader will make a deal similar to the one made by Delcy Rodriguez. Again, this is what Politico says. Politico says an administration official says Trump doesn't want to take out Karg Island, Iran's major oil hub, because he hopes the next leader will make a deal similar to the one made by Delcy Rodriguez, Nicolas Maduro's vice president who took over after he was captured. It's all about installing someone like a Delcy Rodriguez in Venezuela that we say, we're going to keep you there. We're going to not take you out. You're going to work with us. You're going to give us a good deal, a first deal on the oil, the administration official said. Again, I don't know that that's going to happen, but Politico's, and I can't say what President Trump's view is, but that is what this Politico report says. I'll take some comments in a second here. Give me one more sec, guys. Sorry. Okay. All right, I want to take some comments from you guys. Again, who knows what's going to go on with these negotiations between the U.S. and Iran? I think you're going to see a bunch of different stories claiming that this is what they're talking about. I don't know what they're talking about. Oh, hold on a second. Is there a new pre-alert for? Do we have a pre-alert for a missile warning in Israel? Yes, we have a pre-alert in Israel for missile warning in, it looks like northern Israel. Northern Israel. I do not have a northern Israel camera, but I am seeing pre-alert for northern Israel. Okay, so we'll keep an eye on that. In minutes, there will be missile alerts in Israel. Hey, you can maybe check out Intel cams. Hey, let me thank our moderators. Let me thank a couple people here as we wait for the missile alerts in Israel. Roberts May Queen is moderating. Thank you. Ruth is moderating. Thank you. Good luck, Duck, Idaho Star. I got that fire. Matthew Kohai 3, Sarah, and Surly Dev are moderating over on Twitch. Thank you so much. Linda Bell, Glary, and Misha on X moderate for us over there. Thank you. Kay Lowry Body is moderating. Margaret Riley is moderating. Thank you. Andrea Holder is training to be a moderator. Thank you. Thanks also Barry Eisler for subscribing and Christy Claff for subscribing and Dolly Clark on Facebook. We're waiting to get this missile alert in Israel. In northern Israel is where it's supposed to be. Northern Israel. Keep an eye on Intel cams if you want. They might have some activity on their cameras. Thanks also to, I want to thank a couple more people while I have the chance. I got behind on thanking people. Thanks to Content 13, Lidwine Elizabeth for He Shall Save, Shannon Chrissy, Darth Ego, Supernove OG, 24 Benjamin, Cardinal Glick, Least Trustworthy Weasel, Cosmic Brownies, Waterways, Thunderstorms, Dodger Blue to You, Metal Kitty, Toka Tokaji, thanks for the memberships, Hal 90015, Pogon 12345, Papa Dukes, Christy Psalm, Speedway Nostalgia, Josh Barnes, and Thomas P0419. Thanks, Thomas, so much for the memberships. And hang on, I'm waiting for these alerts here. Thanks also, hold on a second here. Give me a moment. While we wait for the missile alerts. Thanks to Daddy Dino on Twitch and Daredevil called Twitch. Oh, Daredevil on Twitch, thank you. No alerts yet. We're waiting for the alerts. Pre-alerts. No, the alert. You're probably going to see them pop onto the screen. There it is. There are the alerts. In northern Israel, you can see them right there on the So Far Red Alert map. I am looking at Intel cams as well. I'm peeking at Intel cams, and I'm also looking at the screen for the alerts in northern Israel. I haven't seen anything on Intel cams yet. Just because there's a lot of alerts does not mean there's a lot of missiles. It reflects that they don't know where the missile might land. So this is in northern Israel. I do not see anything yet on Intel cams. This is from Iran. These are missile or missiles from Iran. And I don't have a HIFA camera. I still haven't seen anything on Intel cams. Cam 10? Did you see something? HIFA. Somebody said they saw an interceptor. Maybe I missed it on Intel cams. Oh, HIFA's in the bottom right on Intel cams on YouTube. So some of our viewers say they saw an interceptor go up. Oh, I'm looking at on camera 7. I just saw 3 or 4 interceptors, and camera 10 is showing a missile coming down and maybe intercepting. On Intel cams, they just showed possibly interceptions, explosions in the sky. Looked like maybe one missile was coming down. That just happened on Intel cams on YouTube. And I just saw another interceptor go up on Intel cams on camera 7. I can't tell if anything got through. We'll have to wait and see. But there were definitely interceptors. Another interceptor on camera 7 right now. On Intel cams on YouTube. Not seeing anything else at the moment. You can see the alerts are still up there. Now the alerts are still there. They're still there. No more alerts. Alerts gone. So now what we should do is, let me check over on Israeli media. Thanks, Michael Fergal, for the Facebook stars. Thank you, Michael. Let me check Israeli media and see what they're reporting about any hits. I'll let you know. Thought I just saw something on camera 9, too. I thought. Yes, a flash on camera 9. I don't yet see anything about what happened on from Israel. I'm looking right now. Now, Evergreen Intel claims that there was a cluster missile. I couldn't see that from where I was looking, but I'm not saying Evergreen Intel is wrong. I just don't know. There were explosions in the north. You could see them on Intel cams. Did anything hit? The hot news did say there was a cluster. That's a Telegram account I follow. I haven't seen video of a cluster yet. I saw a video of what looked like something coming down. Oh, hold on. Now I'm looking at some more video. Oh, there might have been a cluster. I'm looking at a video now that appears to show, well, I don't know. It could be debris. I don't know if it's 2 missiles or a missile that's been split apart. So, no reports of missile hits resulting in injuries so far, according to Almog Boker in Israel. But N12 just posted a video that they say shows there was a cluster missile involved, which opens up and lets submunitions spread out. But no injuries reported right now. I am seeing online some videos that again appear to show that at least one of the missiles was a cluster missile, because you can see all these different lights coming out of the sky, but nothing about injuries yet. I will keep an eye out and see what we hear. The hot news, which I find reliable on Telegram. They say shrapnel falls in the north of Israel and no casualties reported yet. Okay, I will let you know what I hear, but I've not heard any reports of injuries from the latest um, missile launch into Israel by Iran. Oh, hold on. Nope. These are both live. These are both live. Oh, both cameras are live. Live, live. Live, live. All three cameras are live, actually. And thanks to William Bowser for the Facebook stars. Thank you, William. Yeah, Manny Fabian. I'll post a link in the chat. Manny Fabian just posted a video that shows what appears to be the submunitions from a cluster warhead that was fired in the last launch. Give me a moment here. All right. So we'll keep an eye on missile alerts and other things happening. I was trying to give you updates on the more general situation with the negotiations that are supposedly going to happen. As I told you before, Reuters is reporting that Vice President Vance and Steve Witkoff. Oh, hold on. Let me just turn on Jennifer Homendy for a second. Hold on.
Doug, B-R-A-Z-Y. Doug Brazy is our...
The NTSB is speaking about the plane accident last night at LaGuardia. Let's just listen in on this.
Aviation accident investigator, and he has been with the NTSB for 34 years. NTSB, as some of you may know, is an independent federal agency that's charged by Congress with investigating every civil aviation accident in the United States, as well as significant events in other modes of transportation. We are independent. We are not part of the U.S. Department of Transportation. And why that is important to mention is that as part of our investigation, we also have oversight authority in the investigation over the Federal Aviation Administration. We're here to investigate a collision between a Bombardier CRJ 900 with an aircraft rescue and firefighting vehicle while the aircraft was landing at LaGuardia last night around 11:37 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. The airplane was operated by Jazz Aviation, doing business as Air Canada Express, Flight 8646. It had 72 passengers on board and 4 crew on board. 2 firefighters were in the firefighting vehicle. I want to just take a moment and, on behalf of the entire National Transportation Safety Board, express our deepest condolences to those who lost loved ones in this terrible tragedy. We also know others have suffered injury, and our sympathies are with each of you as well. I will mention we have 5 members of our Transportation Disaster Assistance Team here on scene, as well as the chief of our Transportation Disaster Assistance Division. They work in concert with the American Red Cross, and thank you to the American Red Cross, to provide resources and information about our investigation and what we are doing to those who lost loved ones, or those survivors or families of survivors throughout the investigation, not just here on scene, but as we move forward with our investigation through the final board meeting and sometimes after. We also expect to have around 25 specialists on site here on scene. That is in addition to many employees at the NTSB who are supporting this investigation back at headquarters in Washington, D.C. The team in total began to arrive at 3:10 a.m. Some are still en route, which means that we have not had a full day of investigation here today. And I think that's important because there are a lot of questions, and I understand there are a lot of questions. I've heard them on air traffic control. I've heard questions on the tower. I've heard questions on air traffic control communications. I've heard questions on the vehicle. Many questions, and I know that you all have those questions, but I just want to set expectations. We have LaGuardia that was shut down. We had a ground stop at Newark today, and then we have DHS that shut down, and we have long TSA lines. We have our air traffic control specialist who was in line with TSA for 3 hours until we called in Houston to beg to see if we can get her through so we can get her here. So it's been a really big challenge to get the entire team here, and they're still arriving as I speak. Right up until about, I think the latest I saw was midnight, maybe 1 a.m. tomorrow morning. So it is a long travel day for many of those, and many are arriving by sure plane. We have had many that have come here by train, and certainly automobile. We drove up, a number of us. So with that said, I do want to talk a little bit about what we were able to do today. We did a walking inspection of the scene, and we have a site commander doing a really important job, which is a safety walkthrough of the scene to make sure that our safety investigators or our investigators are safe while they are on scene. There is a tremendous amount of debris from taxiway Delta across runway 4 into some other areas. It's pretty expansive, and we want to make sure, because as you're walking around, you can get injured. There's also hazardous materials, of course, on the firefighting vehicle itself, so we want to make sure their safety. In addition, obviously the tail of this aircraft is on the ground, and in order to get to the cockpit voice recorder and the flight data recorder, the Port Authority and the emergency responders cut a hole on the roof of the aircraft, dropped down, and was able to get the CVR and FDR for us, which then one of our investigators drove back to our labs in Washington, D.C. today, where they've been able to at least verify that the cockpit voice recorder was not damaged. They'll begin work on the FDR, the flight data recorder, tomorrow. And hopefully we'll have information to share. My hope is that we'll have information to share on that tomorrow in a press conference. We also began to collect information from FAA and others, certainly on air traffic control staffing in the tower, communications training. We're looking for information today from the Fire and Rescue Department on their crew and on their vehicles, what the capabilities were of their vehicles, and everything from how much they weighed to what they were carrying. And then we began to form our investigative groups for this investigation. So we have an operations group that we have formed, and that will look at the operator itself as well as procedures and training for the aircraft. We will have a systems investigative group. That group will examine the components of the airplane's hydraulic, electrical, navigational, pneumatic, and associated systems, including instruments and flight control system. We have a structures group that will be documenting the airframe wreckage and the accident scene, including calculating impact angles. And we have an air traffic control investigative group, as well as, I mentioned, a cockpit voice recorder and flight data recorder group. And finally, we'll have an airport operations and survival factors combined group. That group will look at the airport rescue and firefighting operations at the airport, and they will look at injuries to occupants as it relates to the dynamics of this crash. I mentioned we have the CVR and FDR. We've also collected and have continued to collect surveillance video. We've asked the Federal Aviation Administration, who will be providing that a ASD replay of the event, ASD Airport Surface Detection Equipment replay of the event. And that is actually looking at the ASD display that was provided to the controller. And so we will be looking at that, where we can see where the aircraft was at certain times and whether the truck was visible on ASD. We'll also be getting an ASD analysis from the FAA's Tech Center. That will provide us information on whether alerts were generated and other data including distance of the aircraft that was landing on runway 4 as the firefighting vehicle was approaching the runway from taxiway Delta. With that, I'm going to take some questions, but again, I just want to be clear. I know you have a lot of questions, you have a lot of detailed questions, and you want that information. I hope to provide more of that information tomorrow. I won't be able to provide a lot of that information tonight. We have a lot of data right now, a lot of information, including information on tower staffing. But the NTSB deals in facts. We don't speculate. We don't take one person at their word. We verify that information carefully before we provide it. So that is something we still have to do. With that, I'll take that. Can you provide your name and affiliation? Can I articulate some of the remaining questions that we have, particularly, well, for this investigation, for the accident itself, and particularly related to air traffic control? You know, at this stage of the investigation, we don't limit ourselves. So we have questions on everything. And we look for everything, we collect everything. We may have information that comes our way that we didn't expect, so we don't rule anything out until later. So we have a lot of questions on everything. Yes. Yeah, the question is, can I provide information regarding staffing in the tower? Can I provide information on who or what position the controller held that was communicating? And can I provide information about the pilot backgrounds at this time? Not at this time. I will have that information tomorrow. Do we have information? Yes. But we need to verify that information before we provide it. It's just preliminary information, and we aren't able to provide it yet. We still have to do the question is, how do we go about verifying it? We have to look at records. There's sign-in sheets. We have to do interviews.
Looks like there was just another strike in. Beirut. So what I'm going to do, you can see that there, you can see the smoke there. What I'm going to do is, let me rewind the other camera and get that for you. If you give me bear with me, I'll put the volume back up and let me rewind the other camera and try to get that on the air for you.
The question is, where was the aircraft when the controller gave clearance for the truck, the firefighting truck, to cross? And what was and the experience of the controllers? The experience of the controllers we still have to look at on where the aircraft was. That is actually part of what we hope to get from the FDR, which we'll get hopefully tomorrow, the flight data recorder, but then also from the ASDI analysis that the tech center will provide us. The question is, did the pilots follow all the instructions? We still have to have the cockpit voice recorder verified and analyzed by all the group members before we can provide any information on that. Yes. The question is on the shift of the controllers. Again, this was a mid-shift. Typically, and again, I'm just going to say this preliminarily, it could be different tomorrow. The shift might run 10:30 to 6 a.m., but we have to verify that, and we have to verify how long the controllers were on before they took over and when the shift change was. The question is, well, first let me, there was a question on whether there was a crew member ejected on impact. We don't answer those questions. I would refer you to the chief medical examiner for New York City. That person can answer those questions. We don't comment on, fatalities or injuries at this stage. And your other question was what protocols exist between, say, airport operations and with respect to firefighting and aircraft landing. That is part of our investigation, and we'll be looking at that throughout this investigation. Well, hold on. The question is how many are on shift typically. That's still something we have to verify with our air traffic control team.
And then is there an estimate about when runway 4 might reopen? So I know you have to get out there and look at it, but is it then you then move if you can off there? So are we talking 24 hours, 48?
The question is how long will that runway be closed? For us to conduct our investigation. It's going to take some time. I just want to express how much there is a lot of debris. We need to go through all of that and to figure out what we need to take back to the NTSB, to our labs, what we might want to collect. First and foremost, what we need to take pictures of to document that evidence. That's all evidence. And we need to document that first, then we need to collect some of that evidence, then we get to that. It's going to be days.
But not over a week?
I'm not sure.
Two more questions?
Yep.
How do you work with Canadian investigative authorities? When are they set to arrive? And what kind of information is shared?
Yeah, so we'll be working with the Transport Safety Board of Canada, and we work with ICAO under Annex 13. So the Transport Safety Board of Canada is the state of, will come from Canada to represent Canada, and they'll have technical advisors with them from the operator and I believe from the manufacturer as well. And we coordinate on scene just like other investigations, just like we would participate in foreign investigations as well. They are also part of our team for fact finding. Last one. Can I speak to what would happen? So I think the question is what is currently happening with that air traffic controller. Typically, they would be removed from duty. And certainly it's pretty traumatic for that air traffic controller as well, and we'll want to interview that air traffic controller as well as others that were in the tower or maybe not even in the tower. With respect to what that individual is doing right now, I would have to refer that to the Federal Aviation Administration. Again, that was the last question. I understand that you have a lot of questions and want detailed information. But I just want to remind you that what would happen if I gave you wrong information, unverified information right now? You would do an entire story on unverified information, and tomorrow I'd have to tell you it's wrong. And then you'd be mad at me again for different reasons. So what I'm going to tell you is we are world-renowned investigators, but we deal in facts. And if we are not able to verify those yet, and we haven't been able to, we can't provide those. We have a lot of information, but we need to be able to verify that information and provide it to you. We will do our best to provide you as much information as possible tomorrow. Thank you.
Okay. Oh, sorry. All right, so that was the press conference. Give me a second. I'm going to show you what happened in Beirut. All right, so just hold on. So we want to get this off the screen. We want to get this off the screen. Then we want to get on the screen this. We need that. Okay, so we're going to show you what happened moments ago in Beirut. Maybe a couple of minutes ago, it looked like there was another Israeli strike, and I queued it up, but I haven't even gotten a chance to watch it. So let's watch moments ago in Beirut and see what happened here. Big strike right there. We just saw it. You could see it. We'll replay it for you. Okay, let me play that again. But you could see the strike right there. Wow. Can actually, should be able to get the, where is the, right there. There it is. So that's the second one. That is the second airstrike we've seen by Israel in Beirut's southern suburbs, and within like 30 minutes. So that's still going on. Okay, so what I'm going to do now is I'm going to make this live. That was, again, just happened a couple minutes ago. All right, so that was a couple minutes ago. Okay, that was a couple minutes ago. So I'm going to make this live now. So that's live. And then I need to get the other cameras up. There's Tel Aviv in a second. Oh, I see what's happening here. Right, there's Tel Aviv and Beirut. Okay. So we'll watch that. Keep an eye out. We're going to take some more comments from you guys. By the way, in that last missile alert, that last missile attack from Iran on Israel, I did not hear any reports of injuries, but there was a damage report that came in. I'll post a link to a photo in the chat. But Manny Fabian from Times of Israel posted a photo which showed it's like a 2-story apartment building, and there's a big hole in the top on the second floor. So it looks like maybe a submunition hit this building. Again, no reports of injuries, but some significant damage in Nesher, in northern Israel from that last missile attack from Iran on Israel. That was about, an hour ago or so? So I just posted that in the chat. And just want to get you more updates here. We'll get to some more comments in a second, but a lot going on. Hey, by the way, also, I do want to say a quick thanks to OU Mike. Thank you, OU Mike, for your support. To Mons, to Seize the Day, to Israel Bishop, Jerry Kovacs, Sobek, thank you, Sobek, Melody CJ, Josh Barnes, Babelicious Nails, thank you. And Hohack over on Twitch, thank you. Let me just make sure I'm not missing anything. Just developing right at the moment. Thanks also to Tilly T. Hey, thank you so much, Tilly T. That's very nice of you, Tilly T. And also Marc Etienne LaRouche. Mark points out that, Mark says now 1 million plus Lebanese have had to leave their homes. Yes, since this war started, I believe the latest number I saw was about roughly 20% of the population of Lebanon has been displaced. Remember, the war started, Hezbollah in Lebanon started firing rockets in Israel, and Israel launched a major military campaign against Hezbollah. And I believe it is around 1 million, if not more, but the number I saw this morning was about 20% of the population has been displaced in Lebanon. A bunch of southern Lebanon has been told by Israel they need to evacuate, for example. N12 News reports that a 30-year-old man was slightly injured by shrapnel in the last Iranian missile attack. And, we have a new early warning. New early warning. This is for southern Israel, central southern Israel, including Jerusalem. I don't think I have a Jerusalem camera. I do, but, well, I don't have one available right this second. AP is splitting a camera between Tel Aviv and Jerusalem. And again, the cameras from the news agencies, they're not allowed to show the live images of the missiles coming in. So at the moment, there's a new pre-alert, which says that there are going to be warnings. Some of the West Bank, Jerusalem area, not Tel Aviv at the moment, south of Tel Aviv, but that could change. Oh, now I'm seeing maybe Tel Aviv. It's possible that Tel Aviv could be. It's possible that Tel Aviv could be in the area. Possibly. We'll have to see where these alerts are. So some kind of missiles fired by Iran. New warning. And we'll have to wait and see where. Towards the center. So I am. We have our Tel Aviv cam there. And if I find out there's a Tel Aviv alert, I will make that camera full screen. Although I'm guessing the camera will, as it always does, well, it either cuts out or it zooms in to the ground. But we'll see. All right, so again, waiting for the new alerts to actually pop on the map, but there has been a missile launch from Iran. And again, I do not have a Jerusalem camera at the moment. You can also check out Intel cams as well. There is the so far red alert map, waiting for the alerts to actually pop on the screen. I think, I'm not sure, this may be, see that red there? Is the red the, yeah, the red I think is the early warning. Okay, so everything in red I believe is early warning. See, it says early warning. So that gives you a sense of where you might see those missile alerts pop up. Everything in red is the early warning area. And certainly some of it is in Tel Aviv, some of it's in Jerusalem, Ashdod. So we'll have to see where those alerts pop on the screen. No, I don't have a camera in the West Bank. So you're looking at the early warning area. I'm going to turn the Tel Aviv volume on for a second. Let's do that. So again, everything in red is the early warning area. No, this red stuff, if you click on any of the red, it says early warning. See? This is all the current early warning, it says. Early warning, early warning, early warning. Early warning. Okay, here we go. So it's not Tel Aviv. It's not Jerusalem right now. That is the new alert area that you're seeing on your screen right now, north of Gaza, south of Ashdod. And you can see it. I don't have a camera there. I'm keeping an eye on Intel cams. But that is the warning area right there. I don't even know if Intel cams will have a camera there. I don't know if they do. So we might just have to wait and see. See, it says Jerusalem there in the east, but that is the current alerts. Ashkelon. Now Tel Aviv did zoom in, but I don't think we're going to hear sirens on the Tel Aviv cam. But the camera in Tel Aviv did zoom in, for whatever it's worth. Tel Aviv up here. It zooms in, and I try to keep it zoomed out for you so you get a better idea of what it is. Actually stretching over towards Jerusalem there, as you can see. I'm seeing, I think on camera 3, I might have seen maybe an interceptor or something on camera 3. Is that possible? On Intel cams? Cam 10, somebody saw something in the north, in southern Lebanon. I don't know where they're firing these interceptors from. Cam 10 and 7? Some people said they saw something on Intel cams. I didn't catch it. Some of our viewers said they saw things on Intel cams. What did you see on Intel cams? I don't own the rights to every single camera in the world, so I can't just steal everything on the internet and show it on my channel. You can check out Intel cams. They have some cameras over there. Sometimes you get to see stuff. Intel cams on YouTube. One of the viewers said, what happened to talks? Well, this is still going on, as you can see. There's still strikes going on and missiles being fired. As soon as I'm leaving the alerts up, as soon as the alerts are over, I will check Israeli media to see what's being reported. Okay, now, all right, so the alerts are off the screen. You can see now that the Tel Aviv camera is zoomed in, even though there were no sirens there. And we're showing you here Beirut and Tel Aviv. And I'm going to try to figure out if there were any hits or anything. There were explosions heard in the Jerusalem area, maybe interceptions. By the way, there was some in the last missile alert, in the last missile wave about an hour ago. It turns out that there was some extensive damage to an apartment building in Israel, says N12, but no injuries reported. The family went to a shelter, but there was some quite significant damage to an apartment building, like a 2-story apartment building in Israel, in the last missile attack. Now, I'm seeing right now a new video that shows from the hot news that supposedly shows maybe 1 or 2 interceptions. I don't have anything. Waiting for updates about Israel. Give me a moment here. Give me 1 moment. Thanks for your patience. Do we have any more updates from Israel? Let's see. I am seeing at least 1 interception reported in the last missile attack, says N12. I don't have damage reports yet. think Central Command gave a new update, by the way. Hey, there's a new update from Central Command. They say they have struck over, hold on. They have struck over 9,000 targets and destroyed over 140 Iranian vessels. I think between the Israel and the U.S., they've hit about 20,000 targets in Iran. Hey, a quick thanks, by the way, to Greg M. Berry. I think Greg might be a little behind on the stream, but thank you, Greg M. Berry. Thanks, Super Stoiber, who thinks any war end with this regime remaining in power is a clear defeat. Thanks also to all of our moderators. I really appreciate it. We have moderating right now. Ruth and Roberts Mayqueen are moderating. Beth Mythical, thank you. Linda Belk, Larry. Misha on X, who moderate. Kay Larry Body, Margaret Riley, Paul Anderson on Facebook, Andrea Holders, training over there to be a moderator. Thank you. And also Idaho Star, Matthew Kohai 3, Sarah, and Surly Dev on Twitch. Thanks also to Bravo Alpha Echo for subscribing on Twitch. We haven't even, it's been a little busy here. So I want to talk about all this negotiation stuff with you. And remember, President Trump this morning, said, I am pleased to report the United States of America and the country of Iran have had over the last 2 days very good and productive conversations regarding a complete and total resolution of our hostilities in the Middle East, which I cannot confirm. Based on the tenor and tone of these in-depth, detailed, and constructive conversations, which will continue throughout the week, I have instructed the Department of War to postpone any and all military strikes against Iranian power plants and energy infrastructure for a 5-day period, subject to the success of the ongoing meetings and discussions. Thank you for your attention to this matter. Oil went down a bunch when this happened. Hang on a second here. I didn't, someone said Steve predicted this. I didn't say this would definitely happen. I didn't know it would happen. I did say that one thing I would not be surprised if it happened was basically this, because it's happened before. But I mean, I also don't know what's going to happen in 5 days. Maybe in 5 days, he says, that's it, negotiations aren't working, right? So I don't know where this is all going. Reportedly, new Marines are getting there into the region on Friday. I'm not putting up a, Clark says need a 5-day countdown timer. I'm not putting up a timer right now. Once you get into 5 days, it's a little inexact. And as I did show you before, the Speaker of the Parliament in Iran claimed that they hadn't been negotiating. I don't know if that's true either. I have no idea. The Speaker of Iran's Parliament said, our people demand the complete and humiliating punishment of the aggressors. All officials stand firmly behind their leader and people until this goal is achieved. No negotiations with America have taken place, he said. Fake news is intended to manipulate financial and oil markets and to escape the quagmire in which America and Israel are trapped. Bitcoin also shot up a bunch when Trump made that announcement. Went up from like 68,500, went up for about what, $2,500, all pretty much all at once, Bitcoin, when that happened. Oh, let me see. Hold on a second here. There was a drone alert, and a drone alert in northern Israel right now, by the way. CJ Beat thinks Trump is stalling. Thank you, by the way, to Eliza Jane. Thank you. Also, Chica 2020. Thank you so much, Chica and Eliza Jane. I did want to mention, let's see. Sarah Cook from CBS News says, a senior Iranian foreign ministry official told CBS News that we received points from the U.S. through mediators, and they are being reviewed. That's what CBS News reports. Reuters reported a couple hours ago that a Pakistani official said Vice President Vance and Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner are expected to meet Iranian officials in Islamabad, Pakistan this week. Here, hold on a moment. Let me show you this. Then we're going to maybe do a poll shortly. You can see Reuters says, Iran denies talks with U.S. after Trump postpones strikes on power grid. Give me a moment here. We have a video to show you about this. Reuters says Iran denied today that it had engaged in negotiations with the U.S. after President Trump postponed a threat to bomb Iran's power grid because of what Trump described as productive talks with unidentified Iranian officials. A European official said that while there had been no direct negotiations between the two nations, Egypt, Pakistan, and Gulf states were relaying messages. A Pakistani official and a second source told Reuters that direct talks on ending the war could be held in Islamabad, Pakistan as soon as this week. Trump told reporters today his special envoy Steve Witkoff and son-in-law Jared Kushner, who had been negotiating with Iran before the war, had held discussions with a top Iranian official into the evening on Sunday and would continue today. Trump said, "We have had very, very strong talks. We'll see where they lead. We have major points of agreement," says Trump. "I would say almost all points of agreement," says Trump today. In Memphis, Trump said Washington had been negotiating with Iran for a long time, and this time they mean business, adding, "I think it could very well end up being a good deal for everybody." He did not identify the Iranian official in touch with Witkoff and Kushner, but said, "We're dealing with the man who I believe is the most respected and the leader." An Israeli official and two other sources familiar with the matter said the person talking to the U.S. on the Iranian side was Iran's powerful parliament speaker, Mohammad Bagher Kalibaf. Kalibaf is the one who said on X that there had not been talks. A White House official, a Pakistani official said that Vice President Vance, as well as Witkoff and Kushner, were expected to meet Iranian officials in Islamabad, Pakistan this week. This is from Reuters. And also, That comes after a call between Trump and Pakistan's Army Chief Asim Munir. The White House confirmed Trump's call with the Pakistan Army Chief. When asked about a possible visit by Witkoff and Kushner to Islamabad, Pakistan, White House spokesperson Carolyn Leavitt said, "These are sensitive diplomatic discussions, and the U.S. will not negotiate through the press. This is a fluid situation, and speculation about meetings should not be deemed as final until they are formally announced by the White House." Iranian media reported that Iran's President Masoud Pezeshkian and Pakistani Prime Minister Shahbaz Sharif discussed the impact of the war on regional and global stability. Penury Authority glitch thinks Trump will start paying Iran to get ships through. Stasha Morgan says this is all extremely troubling. Some viewers saw some interceptors in the north. There may have been rockets or something fired by Hezbollah in northern Israel. Oh, well, there's still a drone alert. I mean, there is still a drone alert in northern Israel. So you could be seeing interceptors fired at drones or something like that. Logic says, "I thought all the leaders are dead. How is he talking to them?" Let me show you this video from Reuters about the developments today in the negotiations. Then maybe we can do a poll after. I think we're going to do a poll after. Oops,
U.S. President Donald Trump on Monday walked back a threat to bomb.
Wait 1 minute. Wait 1 minute. Here is the video about the negotiations update today. There is the Reuters video. I'm going to play. Oops, and it just disappeared off the screen. But I will put it back on the screen for you right now.
Iranian power
Oh, no,
plants.
everything's falling apart. Why is it not behaving properly? Let's try this one more time. Can I do it one more time? Let's see. Oh, I think I did it. Here it is, guys.
U.S. President Donald Trump on Monday walked back a threat to bomb Iranian power plants.
We have had very, very strong talks. We'll see where they lead.
Speaking to reporters, Trump said he'd changed his mind after discussions between Iranian figures and his envoys, Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner.
They want very much to make a deal. We'd like to make a deal, too.
Trump did not say who in Iran was involved in these talks, but said it was not the country's supreme leader. Iran's Fars news agency, citing a source, said there are no direct or indirect communications with the United States. The White House did not respond to questions about the content of the talks, who participated, or where they were held. Monday's message seemed to be the latest in a rapid series of different signals from Trump on the joint U.S.-Israeli attack on Iran launched last month, now in its fourth week. On Friday, Trump had suggested the U.S. might be, quote, winding down its attacks on Iran. But a day later, he threatened to destroy Iranian power plants if Tehran did not allow ships to transit the Strait of Hormuz. Iran responded to the threat, saying it could strike energy facilities in the Gulf. The threats drove oil prices higher. The conflict had effectively paralyzed maritime traffic through Hormuz, conduit for around 1/5 of global oil and liquefied natural gas, causing the most severe energy crisis since the 1970s. Trump on Monday said he'd ordered any strikes on Iranian power plants paused for 5 days.
We're doing a 5-day period. We'll see how that goes. And if it goes well, we're going to end up with settling this. Otherwise, we'll just keep bombing our little hearts out.
After Trump said he'd postponed the threatened strikes, the price of the Brent crude oil benchmark retreated. U.S. President
said bombing our little hearts out. All right, so what we're going to do now, we're going to do a poll now. We're going to do a poll now. I need a second here, though. All right, so we'll move that. Give me a moment here. We're going to see what you guys think. I don't know if you guys think that this is promising, that these negotiations are promising, and that whether you guys think we're close to some sort of settlement, some sort of ceasefire or something. I don't know what you guys think about this. All right, so here's what we're going to do. I'm going to ask you a poll question about whether you think the traffic in the Strait of Hormuz will return to normal by a certain date. Okay, but before I do that, Kalshi is a sponsor today. Kalshi is an online prediction market where you can trade on the outcome of future events, but you can also go to the Kalshi site and see how people are thinking about future events. So they do have a market right now. When will traffic at the Strait of Hormuz return to normal? And it is interesting, if you look in the last day, this kind of, I think right there, well, it definitely, the odds have gone up of before May 1st. See, it says before May 1st right here. And it was at about 34%. This is the last day, I guess. And then a few, and then it just, I assume this is around the time of Trump's announcement, but it then went up, and now it's higher than it was before. It was 34, then it went up to 43.8, but then it went down, and then it's up. So I'm going to ask you guys what you think, but just to give you a sense of what the Kalshi odds are, before April 1st, so that's when will traffic return to normal? Before April 1st, there's a 9% chance. The odds there are just based on how people are trading. That's 9 days from now? April 15th goes up to 24%, May 1st, 39%, May 15th, 48%, June 1st, 59%, July 1st, 71%, and January 1st, 84%. Remember, this is not will there be a deal. It's when will traffic in the Strait of Hormuz return to normal? There could be some deal, but then maybe Iran still launches attacks on the Strait of Hormuz, right? Or maybe ships are still too frightened to go through there. So, this is what the main thing that's causing the energy crisis now is that the Strait of Hormuz is effectively blocked. So I want to know what you guys think about this. Maybe you've changed your mind based on this news that Trump has extended the deadline for 5 days. So I'm going to put up a poll right now where we ask you what you think. When will the Strait of Hormuz return to normal traffic? And the last thing I'll say, though, before typing in the poll, I'm going to have to figure out how many options I give you for a date, is, hey, if you want to, you can go to kalshi.com/agenda-free and get a $10 credit to trade on any market of your choosing. Okay, so now I have to figure out, so on YouTube, I think the poll is limited to 4 options. So what do? What dates do I give you on YouTube? Start a poll. When will Strait of Hormuz traffic return to normal? Okay. I'm going to say April 15th and then May 15th. And then July 1st. And then later / never. I wish I had more options on the YouTube polls. No, I'm not going to make a no clue answer. Okay. Then on Twitch and Facebook, I can have separate options for later and never. All right. I just posted the poll in the YouTube chat, so we'll see what you say there. Now I have to post it on Twitch. When will Strait of Hormuz traffic return to normal? By April 15th, by May 15th, by July 1st, later, never. Facebook and Twitch get an extra option because their polls allow for it. All right, the Twitch poll is now posted. Now I have to post it on, unfortunately, I have to post it individually on each platform. If I can post it over there on Facebook, let's see. And in a moment, after I post it on Facebook, I'll see what you guys say. I don't know. I honestly don't know how people are feeling in the chat about, are they looking at President Trump coming out and saying, oh, we've extended this deadline, we're having talks. He sounded optimistic. Are people in the chat thinking, oh, this thing is close to being over and Strait of Hormuz gets back to normal soon? I don't know what you guys think about this. So we'll see. Ooh, on Facebook, I can only use 4 options. Sorry, Facebook, you only get 4 options. Twitch gets the extra option. Okay, I am posting the poll right now in Facebook, and let's see what you guys had to say. All right, here we go. I'm about to see the results. I am looking at them. I haven't even looked at them. Oh, did the poll not get posted on Did the poll not get posted on YouTube? Why am I not seeing the poll on YouTube? Can someone help me? YouTube, was there no poll yet? Why can I not see it? I wrote it all out on YouTube. It did. All right, hold on. I got to reopen the chat because it's not displaying for me. I mean, I know I typed it all out. I spent all that time typing out the responses on YouTube because it's not displaying for me. Why can I not see it? Oh, I can see it now. I can see it now. I got it. I got it. I got it. Ooh, they like changed the way it's displayed. Okay, here it is. Okay, now look at this. YouTube, 23% say by April 15th. Oh, hold on. Let me do this again. I like to show you how many. Oh no, I messed it up. Ah! Oh, I messed everything up. I want to do the poll again on YouTube. I wasn't showing you how many votes got cast. So here's what it is. I can do it again. I wanted to let more people vote. People were voting. I'm going to do it again. You can vote again if you'd like. I did not mean to end it early. You could see it was at 45% later never. 23% by April 15th, 17% by July 1st, 15% by May 15th. They changed how they display. See, they're actually, now they order it for you. All right, well, I'm gonna just post it again, and we'll see. You can vote. I would encourage you to vote again if you already voted. I did not mean to do that. See, it's now light theme and not dark theme, and now they're ordering it. Before it didn't put it in order. Now it's putting it into order of most to least. Then they have a little poll. It was not light theme before. Anyways. All right, so let me type this in now. What a disaster. What a disaster that was. All right, really quick. Here we go. Then I can do the poll graphic. Okay. By April 15th. By May 15th. By July 1st. Later, never. All right. I just posted it again. Let me show the poll graphic, which people sometimes ask for. Okay, you're thinking, and then you're going to vote. That's how it works. Now, okay, people are voting again. Now I'm going to get this on the screen. Probably fewer people voting because they're going to be annoyed and not want to vote twice. But here it is. Now, why isn't it not in order this? Oh, I'm sorry. You know what it doesn't do? I thought it put it in order, but it only put it in order of top to bottom when I ended it. That's when it doesn't, they didn't change how it displays here, although it is in light theme and not dark theme, which is interesting. Okay, so 52% of you are saying later never. That's the top choice right now. Even with President Trump coming out today and extending the deadline and talking about negotiations. Facebook is 51% later never, the same as YouTube. And then on Facebook, it's 16% by April 15th, 12% by May 15th, and 21% by July 1st. Let me see what Twitch says. Oh, Twitch ended it. Hold on. Now I can't even see the whole Twitch poll. Twitch, it just disappears. You can't see it anymore. Can someone tell me what happened on Twitch? Literally, the poll ended, and then it disappears. I can't even see it. Why did they do that? Does anyone in Twitch remember what it was? People are saying that later one in Twitch. We got to do it again. We're doing it again on Twitch. That is frustrating. That is frustrating. Why doesn't it just display it rather than delete the whole thing? It doesn't even pop up in the chat. I can't even cut and paste it. It's frustrating. We're doing it again. We're doing it again. We'll do it live. Okay. Twitch, we're doing it live. I will show you guys what Twitch is voting. Here. There is the Twitch vote. Oh, never. Never means never. Sorry. You guys, I mean, pretty even. I guess I was expecting maybe people to be more optimistic. More than half the people on YouTube think later never for Strait of Hormuz traffic returning to normal. Later than July 1st or never. On Twitch, about half say later than July 1st, and then 16% more say never. A whole other question is whether you think there'll be a deal or whether you don't think there'll be a deal. Strong One says the spice must flow. Well, thank you for voting in the poll. Sorry for all the drama with the poll. But certainly most of you don't think that the Strait of Hormuz traffic is returning to normal in the next couple months. One of the viewers, Random Gaming, thinks open in 5 days. Okay. We're wrapping up the poll. You know, I will say, in the same way I was saying when Trump issued that deadline, the 48-hour deadline, and I was saying, well, you know, in the past he's issued these deadlines, and it's happened numerous times where he just extended the deadline. At the same time, just because today he's sounding all optimistic about negotiations doesn't mean that at the end of the week he's going to sound all optimistic about negotiations. The Facebook results were 54% later or never. 15% by April 15th, 10% by May 15th, 21% by July 1st. Deadwing says Trump sounded very optimistic today. I genuinely didn't know what it's going to, I didn't know how this was going to play out today. I didn't know if he was going to extend it or not. So some people comment that he extended it to the weekend when the market is not open. Oh, I did want to mention this. There was an interesting report from CBS News today, which I posted about on my X account. Andy, our viewer, says, whatever till the market closes for the weekend. Nancy Matthews says, do a poll on market manipulation. Obviously, when, so when he made his remarks, the oil fell a bunch right away. Bitcoin shot up right away. Markets were affected right away. I don't know if anyone has that information on the inside and is trading on it. That's beyond me. But if someone did, they could certainly, legality aside, very well could be illegal in various ways to use that information. But I can't tell you. I don't know. Some of our viewers think that's happening, is what I'm saying. Krugsy says, the art of the deal, do not underestimate Trump. The real McCoy says, I'm sure it's happening. Hey, thanks News with Snacks. Thank you. Also, thanks New Creation, who thinks later than July 1st for sure, never if nukes get involved. Israel Bishop says, later or never, the FBI has Donald Trump by the balls? That's what Israel Bishop said. Thank you also, KMD, who said, buy yourself some Imodium for when Trump makes another ridiculous comment on Truth Social. Thanks, Gabriel Morrow. I'm not doing a countdown timer for the 5 days because we don't really have an exact amount of time. 5 days is pretty... 5 days could mean Friday or Saturday or I don't know, so we had such a exact time before. We'll talk about it, though. Thanks to Eliza Jane as well. Let's see here. Hey, CBS News reports today that U.S. officials told CBS News there are at least a dozen mines in the Strait of Hormuz. And they say these mines are Iranian-manufactured Maham 3 and Maham 7 limpet mines. We should look at marine traffic. We haven't even looked at marine traffic today. We got to look at marine traffic. The viewers were encouraging me to do the month of the paid fancy plan on marinetraffic.com. So I decided to, well, the way they do it is if you sign up, they give you 7 days for free. So I signed up, and so now we're on the free trial period. But I may just sign up for the month if all this is still going on. So marine traffic it's like flight radar for ships, marinetraffic.com, the ship tracking and marine analytics provider. So let's go to marine. Am I signed in? Let me make sure I'm signed in. I think I am. So here is the Strait of Hormuz on marine traffic. Should I switch to satellite map? What's better? Light map, dark map. I like light better. Satellite map. Hey, do you like what map do you guys like? Satellite map, light, well, you're going to say dark, but I'm going to say no. What do you think? What do you guys think? What do you guys think about which map we should go with? Think very hard. People are saying satellite in the chat, so we're going to stick with satellite. All right, so there is the Strait of Hormuz. Hold on. So there's Iran. There's Iran. This is marinetraffic.com. There's Iran, Strait of Hormuz. And let's see what we're seeing here. 13 hours ago. I can do the thing where we play the last 24 hours. I mean, you don't see much in the Strait of Hormuz. It was reported that a few ships... Let me explain this to you. This is the NACO, Bahrain. I mean, not much traffic here. I saw a report about ships being allowed through by Iran, possibly, and taking a different route. Let's mention that. Was it Evan Hill who posted that? Let's see. Evan Hill is with the Washington Post. Yes, Evan Hill said 3 ships, Indian liquefied petroleum gas tankers, Pine Gas and Jag Vasant, and the Chinese oil chemical tanker Bright Gold appear to be using a new approved route by Iran that goes around Iraq Island here. So I guess instead of going through here, maybe because there's mines here, if you have approval, you can go around here. Okay, so let's see if we can, let's look at one of those ships. The Pine Gas. Pine Gas, that's an Indian LPG tanker. India is under a shortage of liquefied petroleum gas. Okay, so past track. It's thinking. Look at this. Oh, this is very interesting. Now, this was when? Hold on. So today is March 23rd, and this is UTC, so that would be about noon Eastern time today. No, that would be about 4 a.m. So this was overnight Eastern time. So look at what this ship did, guys. This is a tanker, an LPG tanker, an Indian LPG tanker called the Pine Gas, and it did go through. Can I play this for you? Let's see. How do I speed it up here? Oh, I can do it. There, look, it's the Pine Gas. Look at what the Pine Gas did overnight. It went through the Strait of Hormuz, but it took that route around Lebanon Island, which I think they normally would not do. See, that's what it did. This was overnight. In the last day, Iran apparently let this Indian LPG tanker go through. Why did they do it? Did they get paid? I don't know. Oh my gosh, there it goes. There it goes, the Pine Gas. And I think it'll end up at the current point. It's free. The current point is there. That is about 20 minutes ago, I think. Pine Gas. Let's look it up on the map now. Hold on. Let's go back. Get rid of this. There is the Pine. See, it's the Pine Gas. There it is, 11 minutes ago. It is on its way. It is traveling at 12 knots. It's speeding along. I assume with a LPG load of gas. It's an Indian tanker. Wow. And you can see the past track right there. It made it. Interesting. Okay, so now one of our viewers said mines must be activated remotely, but again, my understanding is that this route is not the normal route. I'm just looking this up to confirm it. The shipping lanes in the Strait of Hormuz are, yes, so I'm looking at a map from BBC right now, but basically the shipping lanes go through here. See where my pointer is? They do not normally go around Lebanon Island. So this appears to be maybe, as Evan Hill pointed out, maybe if you get permission from the Iranian government to go through the strait, they send you around Larak Island and you don't go through here, maybe because there's mines here. I don't know. Michelle said CNN reported they were charging a price for a ship to pass. I've heard some rumors about that. I don't know if that's been confirmed. I'll have to, but they could be. Now let me show you. So we just looked at the Pine Gas ship. Let me show. There was two more, I think, in the last day that passed through. There was also, what was it called? Evan Hill said, Jag Vasant. The Jag Vasant. This is marinetraffic.com. LPG tanker. See, Jag Vasant, Indian tanker. So, what happened? View on live map. Where is it right now? Oh my gosh, the Jag Vasant. It is. Why doesn't it keep satellite map on? Okay, there's the Jag Vasant. It's on the other side of the Strait of Hormuz. I don't know if you can see this here. See, so there's the strait. So let me show you the past track of this ship. There is the current. Currently, it is underway, and it's moving at about 12 knots. Status underway. I was trying to see when the actual... Oh, that was received 18 hours ago. But let's see past track. Oh, they don't have the whole... So this one appeared to be heading. For whatever reason, the track isn't available here, but you can see it was heading around... It seemed to be heading around Larak Island. Then the other one they mentioned was a Chinese oil chemical tanker, Bright Gold. Let's look up the Bright Gold. That is a Chinese oil chemical tanker. Let's look at the past track for that one. Does that come up? Oh my gosh, it did the same thing. It went around Larak Island. Now it's down here. And this you can see, that is March 23rd. That's about 2 a.m. Eastern time right there. So let's just play this again for you. This is what this Chinese tanker did. This is like in the last day. Look at this. There it goes. Look, it's going towards the Strait of Hormuz, but it's not taking the normal shipping lane. It is going around Larak Island. It made it out. There it goes. This is obviously very sped up, but this is all in basically the last day. Now, again, are they paying to do this, or what is Iran getting out of this? I don't know. And one of our viewers, SSD Fast, said that's the toll booth. I guess right now it's down here. Oh, thanks to Amy Cluck for the Facebook stars. Thanks, Amy. So now the Bright Gold is here 11 minutes ago. This is as of 11 minutes ago, the Bright Gold is down here. I don't know if it's going to dock down here somewhere. It is stopped at the moment. Down here, but it has made it out of the Strait of Hormuz, out of the Gulf, past the Strait of Hormuz. And the other thing I'll show you is let's just look at the last day. Let's do playback mode. Yeah, custom. All right, so right now it's oh yeah, we can do the last day. I'm going to go back about 30, maybe 36 hours. 22. And then we'll go to 12, play. Move the map to target area. Click on the target when you are ready to zoom. When you are ready to zoom in and start playback. Huh? Okay. Zoom into level 8 more. Do I have a zoom control here? I'm using my scroll wheel. Where is the zoom control? That's what I need. Oh, I did it. I did it. All right, there it is. All right, it's playing back. Okay, so I am going to speed up the playback. This is the playback for the last 36 hours, okay? This is from marine traffic. Unfortunately, you guys can't see oh, you know what I can do? I wish I could move around the clock part. But I'll put the clock part on the screen for you. Okay, so I'm now putting the clock at the top. There, see this? Okay, so it's the last 36 hours. So look at what's happening there in the last 36 hours. There is the Strait of Hormuz. Maybe should we zoom in a little more? There's the strait, okay. And I might kick it up forward a little bit more. Okay, see, there's bright gold. There is bright gold right there. So this is, again, in the last 36 hours. And there's the Pine Gas and the Jag Vasant. Right there. What happened to Caspia? Did Caspia go through or did it stop? Unbelievable. Uncredible. As our viewers say. Yeah, Pine Gold takes the lead. No. Pine Gas, I think, stopped being broadcasting. Well, it's fascinating. That is the last day. And again, they went around Larak Island. Everybody else is stuck. Look at this. Look at this. Did Caspia make it through? What about Caspia? We didn't even talk about Caspia. Some of them got a VIP pass. I think the Caspia might have gone through too. Looks like 4 ships in the last day got out. Now there's one called Lenore. What happened to Lenore? No, now Lenore's going back. Then there's also one called Levantes. But the Caspia is just here. Looks like. Doesn't look like the Caspia ended up going all the way through. Okay, so that's really interesting. You can see that at least 3 ships passed through in the last day. Very neat. Very neat. Okay. All right. One of our viewers said, is anyone doing anything to get food for the crew stuck in all those ships? That is an issue where ships, hundreds of ships have been stuck, thousands and thousands of crew members, and there's reports of, shortages of food and other items on the ships. But I don't have daily updates on that. I'll let you know if I hear anything more. Let me just check something. So that's marinetraffic.com. All right, I think for as long as we're covering this, I'm going to probably I don't mind paying for a month of that. That's very helpful. Now, let me check. Some people are mentioning something in Texas. Hold on. I mean, there are fairly regularly fires related to energy facilities in Texas, just to be clear. AZ Intel said there was smoke seen at a Valero refinery in Port Arthur, Texas. Again, so I don't want people to think, oh, this never happens. I don't know about the nature of this particular event. PM Breaking News posted about it. AZ Intel posted about it. I don't have any details on this. I mean, just a week, wasn't it a week or two ago that there was some sort of fire at a energy facility while we were on the air in Texas, in Port Arthur? Port Arthur is about 90 miles east of Houston. 12 News Now says explosion reported at Valero Refinery in Port Arthur. The Port Arthur Fire Department said there is an incident at the Valero facility, but details remain limited at this time. So that's from 12 News Now. Excuse me. Oh, I think they have a live shot of it on. You can go to 12newsnow.com. I don't think I have a live shot of it. I'm not seeing one that I have. Hang on a moment here. I am just trying to find a little more information about that. KFDM in Texas says, reported explosion at Valero facility in Port Arthur, Texas, sends black smoke and fires skyward. I don't have details on what is causing that. What I can do is keep an eye on it for you, and also can show you where we're talking about. Valero Port Arthur Refinery. That is where this is happening. And you can see, if I do this, this is in Texas, east of Houston. About, I think, 90 miles from Houston. The Valero Port Arthur Refinery is where there's that report of smoke after an explosion. So I'll let you know when I hear more. Give me 1 second. Let me check something. Let me just check something. I'm also looking here to see. Where is it here? I might be able to pick it up. Is there any chance it'll be on a traffic camera? I'm looking at some traffic cams in the area, but I don't see it. There are traffic cams. Is that it? Or is that the sun? I think that's the sun. Oh, is that it? I might have it on the traffic cam. I think I got it on a traffic cam, to be honest. Is this it? This is Texas Department of Transportation. Is that the smoke right there? You see that right? Can you guys see what I'm looking at here? Texas Department of Transportation website. I don't know if that's it. Right? Is that the smoke right there on the top? It's the right area, I believe. That's not a video. It's not a live video. It's a screen grab. So, anyways, for what it's worth, I think that might be the fire at the refinery. Anyways, I'll keep an eye out and see what we hear. I don't have live video right now. Excuse me. I need to hydrate more. I need to hydrate more. KFDM News said that first responders are heading to the Valero Refinery, where there's a fire there, following a reported explosion. One of the viewers said, CBS 12, you can see a live feed on CBS 12 Beaumont, our viewer said. Where is... That's live, that's live. Gonna mute this. Hold on. On CBS 12, 12 News Now on YouTube, they're showing smoke in the distance. If you want to see it over there, I can tell you. Oh, yes, yeah. 12 News CBS has showing smoke in the distance on their feed. Again, I'll let you know what I hear about that. I don't want to completely devote the broadcast to it at the moment, but I will certainly keep you posted and let you know what I hear. Ooh, hold on, guys. AZ Intel caught that a U.S. Park police officer was shot in D.C. and is in critical condition. I don't know the details of this. D.C. Police Union, thanks to AZ Intel for mentioning this, D.C. Police Union says we can confirm a member of the U.S. Park Police was shot in the 5,000 block of Queens Stroll Place Southeast. The officer was transported to an area hospital in critical condition. I don't know what the detail on that is. I hope the person survives. That's in Washington, D.C., just to show you where that is. That's in D.C. It's east of like Capitol Hill. It's about 3 miles east of Capitol Hill. It's, so I don't have any details on that. I don't know if it was there was a law enforcement operation going on or something, but I hope the person's okay. They're in critical condition. I'll let you know if I hear any more about that. Oh, and I just saw a video. Wow. I don't have the rights to this video. I'm going to post a video of the Valero fire in... KFDM just posted a video of the Valero Refinery fire in Port Arthur, Texas. And I just posted a link in the chat to that. It's also on my X account is linked at the top of the chat. You can go there and see it. But again, it's video from a refinery fire at the Port Arthur, Texas Valero Refinery. Again, there are regularly fires at energy facilities in Texas. I've seen numerous ones over the years. So just because there's a fire there doesn't mean that it was some kind of attack. I've heard nothing suggesting it was an attack. Oh, this is interesting. I just saw something else that's interesting. Hang on. Where was this? Fars News said about an hour ago, Iran's Fars News agency, Fatux News pointed this out. I hadn't seen this. Fars News agency in Iran, State News, said about an hour ago, I'll show you what they said. Look at this. They claimed that enemy attacks two energy infrastructures in Isfahan and Khorramshahr in Iran. They claim that in the continuation of the attacks by the U.S.-Israel enemy, the gas administration building and gas reduction station on Kaveh Street in Isfahan were targeted, causing damage to parts of these facilities and surrounding homes. At the same time, reports were published that the gas pipeline of the Khorramshahr power plant was targeted. According to the governor of Khorramshahr, a projectile hit the area outside the Khorramshahr gas line station, and there were no casualties in the incident. Make of that what you will. I don't know that any of that rises to the level for them of attacking the South Pars gas field. I don't know that that's going to be a reason for them to start retaliating against new targets or something like that, but who knows? It's interesting that they mentioned that, though. I don't know. We'll have to see if we get more from the Iranian government about that. Hang on a moment. Hey, a quick thank you to Liam P. Vince. Do I think Trump will stick to his deadline, or is it a bluff? I have no idea. I don't know. I could see Trump in 5 days saying we have a deal. I could see him in 5 days saying, they don't want to negotiate, so we need to attack them. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know where this is going. I think I wouldn't be surprised either way. Maybe in 5 days, Trump will extend it again. Maybe in 5 days, he'll say, hey, we're talking. I think we could have a deal. We'll know in a couple of weeks. He could say that. Thank you, Liam V. P. Vince. Thank you also to Dwani Prabhu. Dwani Prabhu, thank you. Hold on. From India, who said India allows Iranian tanker Iris Ravan to dock at Kochi amid tensions on the 1st of March on humanitarian grounds. That could be one more reason. You're saying we were looking, is that the tank, one of the tankers we were looking at? I can't confirm this. I'm seeing some stories online. I don't know these. Let's see here. Yeah, so Reuters reported back on March 7th that India allowed an Iranian warship to dock as a humanitarian gesture after the U.S. sank another Iranian vessel off of neighboring Sri Lanka. So what our viewer Dwani Prabhu is saying is maybe to thank India for that, Iran allowed a couple of Indian tankers to go through the Strait of Hormuz in the last day, which we were just looking at marine traffic. It's an interesting thought, Dwani. Interesting thought from our viewer, Dwani Prabhu. Thank you, Dwani. And thanks for watching from India. Thanks also to G2TFL La Atot GTIL for the memberships. Thank you so much. Thanks, Red Squirrel. Thanks, Sarcasm BTC. Thanks, James Perry. Thanks, Kashunt Trunken, who said Iran said no talks, it's lies. Well, the Iranian head of parliament said there hadn't been talks, but I don't find Iran... just as I just said, I'm taking things on both sides with a giant grain of salt. So Iran often regularly says things that aren't true. So I don't know. But thank you so much, Kashkunt Trucken. He does not think that there's actually been negotiations like, he or she does not think there's been negotiations like Trump said. Thanks also, let's see here. Thanks Sven Christensen for subscribing on Twitch, and for the support on Twitch. Thank you, Sven. Also, Knox Spectre, thank you for being a member on YouTube and supporting on Twitch. Thanks Tinker's Bells on Twitch for subscribing. Thanks KL Hink42 for the bits on Twitch, and Green Yeti. Hey, Mr. Baghead. Thanks so much, Mr. Baghead, who gave out 10 gift subs on Twitch. Wow. Very nice of you, Mr. Baghead. No, Mr. Baghead. It's Mr. Baghead. Mr. Baghead. Thank you. And, thanks Sven Christensen for the bits. Appreciate that, Sven, over there on Twitch. Green Yeti, thank you. Bravo Alpha Echo. Hohack. And Daddy Dino. Hang on a moment here. Give me a moment here. Give me one moment. And thanks Chen Zhen Yen on Twitch as well. Sorry, I got behind on thanking people on Twitch. Thanks Chen Zhen Yen on Twitch. And thanks to Twitch for the hype train. All right. By the way, there is a fire going on, it appears still, at the Valero Refinery in Port Arthur, Texas, after some sort of explosion. I'm keeping an eye on that. I will try to find you more updates on the fire at the Valero Refinery in Port Arthur, Texas. There is alarm sounding in Bahrain for some sort of alert in Bahrain. For perhaps drones and missiles. That is going on right now in Bahrain, as periodically it's been happening during the war, so I'll keep an eye on that as well. No reported injuries in the Valero explosion. There is a shelter in place for the west side of Port Arthur, according to Stevens. That's from KFDM News. That is from KFDM News. Let's get you some more updates here. Sorry. Hang on a second here. Let me show you something else I saw from Iranian state media, Fars News. For whatever it's worth, I mean, look, the Iranian government might be under political pressure to not say they're negotiating with the U.S., even if they are. So, Fars News, about an hour ago, ran an item where they said they talked to a political expert, and they said the state media political expert said whenever America, they said the article says there is no discussion or approach to negotiations in Iran. And the political expert they talked to said whenever America encounters problems in its regional policies, it raises the issue of negotiations to find a breathing space and create opportunities and alternative paths. It is following the same path now. Re-raising the topic of negotiations is a diversionary attempt to give America an opportunity to strike again. Over the last 4 decades, Iran has not gained anything from negotiating with the U.S. Each time, these negotiations have led to the weakening of national interests. In the past year, negotiations have become an opportunity to attack Iran, which is because they're talking about how they say that twice they've been attacked while they were negotiating with the U.S. This experience clearly shows that the interests of the Islamic Republic will not be served through negotiations. Trusting America under any circumstances is a foolish act. And given Trump's crime in martyring our beloved Imam, it is unlikely that anyone in the ruling body of the Islamic Republic would be willing to sit at the negotiating table with the murderer of the nation's beloved leader. Wow. Again, is this their real view? I don't know, but that is posted about an hour ago in Iranian state media. Fars News. I think that's the Revolutionary Guard media, by the way. Let me double check that. Yeah, state media, I think, is posted an hour ago by Iranian state media Fars News. Oops, hold on a moment here. One moment. Thanks for your patience. Give me one moment here. I'm just trying to get this posted. Then we'll continue. That's interesting. Guys, people keep mentioning this in the chat. I already talked about this, that Iranian state media claimed that 2 energy sites were targeted in Iran. They don't make it sound like it's the end of the world, to be quite honest. We read what they said on the air, and I'll show you again. But they're not saying... One of the places, they seem to say that it missed the target. They said the gas administration building and gas reduction station on Kava Street in Isfahan were targeted, causing damage to parts of these facilities and surrounding homes. They said reports were published that the gas pipeline of the Karamshar power plant was targeted. According to the governor of Karamshar, a projectile hit the area outside the gas line station and there were no casualties. So, I mean, when I read that, it doesn't seem to me like they're setting up some giant retaliation. When I read that news item in state media, I mean, I don't know what they're going to do, but they're not saying this we cannot stand. That's it. They've crossed the red line. You will be hearing from us soon. You know, it doesn't really sound like that. So I'm going to assume for now that this is not some excuse to launch some big retaliation. But we'll keep an eye out. Al Jazeera says sirens are sounding in Kuwait. Sounds like another alert there. The Kuwait Army says Kuwaiti air defenses are currently confronting hostile missile and drone attacks. Pogon, our viewer, thinks there will be no deal. Thanks, Kristen McConnell Gates, for the Facebook stars. Thanks, Kristen. No injuries reported at the refinery fire in Port Arthur, Texas. Oh, that's interesting. Lloyd's List covers shipping. Tomer Renan. So we were talking before, and I showed you on marine traffic how in the last day there were 3 different tankers that had gone out through the Strait of Hormuz. And as Evan Hill from the Washington Post had originally pointed out, they took this route that went behind this island. We were looking at on marine traffic. Let me just throw it up on the screen again so you can see it. Here. So remember we were talking about this. There's the Strait of Hormuz. And we showed you, I didn't realize I could do the thing where I drag it. Well, that makes it easier. So you can see there the Bright Gold and the Jagvasant and the Pine Gas, those tankers, they all went through the strait in the last day, but they all went around this island. Normally, the ships would go through here. So they all went back behind here. And we were saying, well, is that because there's mines in the main? Why are they going that way instead of going the normal way? There's reportedly mines in the Strait of Hormuz somewhere. Is that what it is? So Lloyd's List is this news outlet that covers shipping. And I just read a post from, where is it here? Tomer Renan with Lloyd's List, who said, traffic through the Strait of Hormuz is increasingly being diverted through what has been dubbed the Tehran toll booth, where the Revolutionary Guard is understood to be verifying vessel details and in some cases extorting a fee. I think maybe extorting? I'm not sure. Anyways, collecting a fee. So one of our viewers had talked about it being a toll booth, but I think was joking around. But that is what Lloyd's List is saying. So maybe they're literally sending them, through here, through Larak Island, and maybe I don't know, maybe Iran has, I'm sure they can see them from Larak Island, but maybe do they send little ships out there or something, or send drones out to look at the boats, or are there fees being paid? I don't know. Look at how close it goes to Larak Island, the bright gold right there. Is there a distance tool on this? Let's see. I thought there was a distance tool. Weather, density maps, layers, voyage planner, map type. I thought there was a tool. I was trying to show you the distance between here and here. But that there's one of the tankers that goes pretty close to this island here. I'll have to look up and figure out if I can find a distance tool. I don't know if there is one. Oh, that was marine traffic again, marinetraffic.com, which is like a flight radar for ships, and it is a ship tracking and marine analytics provider. Marine traffic, all one word, .com. Oh, I can do it. Hold on. I think I figured this out. Right click. Distance from here. Oh, there we go. So the bright gold was passing about 2 nautical miles from that island there. Interesting. Could you guys see that? Did I show you that? I did show you, I didn't? I think I did. Okay. A nautical mile is 1.15 miles. I do not have a live feed of the fire in Port Arthur, Texas. I'm just checking some of the messages people have been sending me. Sorry. It's been a bit busy today. A lot of things going on. Our viewer Tactical Gamer says, quiet isn't always good in a war. Something is brewing. I can feel it. Michelle Lauzone, our viewer, thinks Trump started a holy war. Daniel Lombard says, if there are a dozen mines in the strait, as has been reported, how are they charging for a ship to pass through? Again, it looks like, the ships that are passing through are taking a different route than the normal route. So maybe that explains it. Oh, and then Black Irish mentioned, thanks Black Irish, that Lloyd's List, which is a shipping news outlet, they said 5 days ago that Iran had established a safe shipping corridor for approved and paid for transits. I'll post a link to that article. That was from 5 days ago in Lloyd's List. They say that Iran has created a safe shipping corridor offering vetted vessels passage in exchange for approval and, at least in one case, $2 million. Or $2 million, yeah. And they talk about a ship going around and taking an unusual route around Larak Island, and how other ships have been going around Larak Island. Anyways, I posted the link in the chat. Thank you, Black Irish, for sending that in. Oh, and then, I'm sorry. Our viewer Nicola said that there's reports. Hold on a second here. Yeah, so there was some debate online. I had showed a plane on the screen before when we came on the air that some commenters online, it was clearly a U.S. government plane, and some thought it was heading to Pakistan. But there was also pointed out that OSINT Defender pointed out that the Department of State said that there was supposed to be a U.S. official traveling to India today. So maybe that was the plane. I don't know where that plane ended up. I don't know. Firejack says what you're not seeing are Indian warships escorting the Indian tankers out of the Gulf. I have not heard about any Indian warships, Firejack. That's news to me. I haven't seen anybody reporting that. Hang on a moment here. Thanks to Nicola for messaging me about the plane. So I was just, again, trying to go through some of the messages. Thanks to D. Zimmerman, who mentioned that FBI Director Kash Patel posted about the Park police officer shot in Washington, D.C., apparently about 3 miles east of Capitol Hill. He said, praying for the Park police officer shot in Washington, D.C. FBI are actively in supporting the investigation alongside our law enforcement partners, and will bring those responsible to justice. Really no details about the incident. I have no idea what happened in that incident. Our viewer Tom Smith mentioned that the New York Times reported today. I think we've talked about this before. The New York Times says that the Pentagon is weighing the deployment of airborne troops in the Middle East. Yeah, they say the 82nd Airborne Division. There's been talk of that for days. I know we've talked about it on the stream before, that there could be some troops from the 82nd Airborne Division that eventually head to the Middle East. But there's been no confirmation that they're actually going there. They're saying that possibly those troops could take part if there was an operation by President Trump approved to seize Karg Island. By the way, I will say this. Say President Trump was thinking of seizing Karg Island, right? I don't know that he's going to. That's that island where about 90% of Iranian oil gets exported from. But I mean, if President Trump is thinking of doing that, I know he said that there's a 5-day extension of the deadline, but it wouldn't surprise me if at any point between now and the end of the week, President Trump just announced out of the blue, "Hey, we've seized Karg Island." I don't know that you're going to know that's coming, right? So who knows? They cannot export from their coast generally because the coast is not deep enough. There are some alternative sites they can export from, but not nearly. I was reading an article that said they could export a smaller percentage of their oil from alternative sites if they needed to, but generally speaking, the coastline does not have deep enough. It's not deep enough to get tankers there. So they can't it's not easy for them to just start exporting from other places. I think Bloomberg had an article a couple days ago about alternatives to Karg Island. And they said there's some. It would be a smaller percentage of that they could ship out from Karg Island. The Bloomberg article said that that the best alternative sites could do is about a quarter of what gets shipped out of Karg Island. Oh yes, one of the cameras went out on Intel cams. Hopefully they get that fixed, as our viewer mentioned. Bloomberg reports today, they say Trump's decision to back down from his threat to destroy Iran's power infrastructure came after some allies cautioned that the war was quickly becoming a disaster. Regional partners told the U.S. that permanent damage to the Iranian infrastructure would almost inevitably result in a failed state after the conflict ended. They also say, Bloomberg, that part of the reason Trump made his extension of the deadline was to calm markets. One expert that the camera came back on Intel cams, I think. One expert, a former Deputy Assistant Secretary of Defense for the Middle East, told Bloomberg that she thought it was no coincidence that Trump's announcement for the 5-day extension came right before the U.S. markets opened for the week, Monday morning. And then some people that the Bloomberg talked to who were familiar with the preceding diplomatic talks, some people who Bloomberg talked to told Bloomberg that Trump's decision to halt the planned strikes was specifically seen as an effort to manage oil prices. Oh, this is interesting. And then, we were talking earlier about how, well, the Iranian state media pointed out how last year and this year, the U.S. has been in negotiations with Iran, and then during the negotiations, launched strikes on Iran. So, Bloomberg said that Clearview Energy Partners said in an analyst note that President Trump has shown a penchant for misdirection, and we cannot rule out the possibility that his 48-hour deadline might provide cover for some near-term event that could change the facts on the ground. I think some of our viewers were talking about this, I guess the idea is that threatening to hit the power plants is not actually what the next move is going to be. I think some viewers had said that. Talking about the idea that maybe the U.S. is planning something else and they're just not mentioning it. All out of pocket, the Wall Street Journal said several thousand Marines are going to arrive on Friday, but it would take several days for them to then get to, in the CENTCOM region, it would take several days after that for them to get to the Strait of Hormuz area, I guess. Isn't that what the Wall Street Journal said? Thousands of Marines are scheduled to arrive in the Middle East on Friday. Yes, it would take a few days after Friday for them to get to the Strait of Hormuz, if that's where they go. Oh, and then John mentioned the plane we were looking at earlier. Thanks, John. I didn't go back and check it. It had gone off of radar. Yes, this is the plane we were looking at before, and it does appear to be heading to India. There it is. Well, wait a second. It is now flying at 39,000 feet through Pakistan. I guess it could land, but it's at 39,000 feet right now. So if it's going to land in Pakistan, it's got to land pretty soon. Otherwise, maybe it's going to go to India. This left this morning from the U.S. Again, kind of looks like it's going to go to India. Thanks for mentioning that. John from New Zealand. Thank you, John. Thanks for your support as well. I just saw a video from above the Valero Refinery fire in Port Arthur, Texas. No injuries reported. I will post the link to the video in the chat. Steve Herman, who's a reporter I follow, says that the Valero Port Arthur refinery is one of the country's most significant energy assets, with a reported capacity of 400,000 barrels per day of processing heavy sour crude oils. Bloomberg is reporting that Apple is preparing to introduce advertising into its Maps app. The program would let a restaurant bid for a search term. Sorry, it's not really relevant to our topic, but I wanted to mention it. I'm going to need to eat pretty soon. I'm going to have to make some food. Thanks to Braden Kemp and Julio Limos for your support. I really appreciate it. Also, Stephen Fry, thank you. Olin McKinney, thanks for the memberships. Olin McKinney, I really appreciate that. Kat Miowski. Thank you, Kat Miowski, who says, I do a feed from Tel Aviv. I don't even know how to get that feed. I have to look that up. Thank you, Kat Miowski. I'd have to verify that's your feed, by the way. I have to figure out how to get to it. Oh, I see. They're saying that they have a channel. Is that what they're saying? They have like a YouTube channel or something? Or Twitch channel? Kat Miowski? Just found one channel that's not it. Oh, I see. Kat Miowski said I have a... There's Kat Miowski on YouTube said I have a Tel Aviv feed. That's interesting. I gotta verify this is you though. I mean, I can't just say. And Kat Miowski said you can use the feed if you want, which is very nice. But then if I use it and it turns out it's not that person, the person whose feed it is will be like, why are you using my feed? So I'd have to be able to verify somehow that that's the person. Hey, Kat Miowski, maybe you can post in the chat on your feed. That you could do. Where is the chat? Is there a chat on the feed? Or not? Oh, I see the chat. Yeah, Kat Miowski, if you want to post in the chat and say, hey, I'm watching you on Agenda Free TV. Yes. You can see, you can use this feed. That's what I would need. Oh, that's true. That is true. I'm sorry. Dr. Fatbird is correct. It's a good point by Dr. Fatbird. They could be taking that stream from somebody else and restreaming it. That is true. So I would need more proof. I hate to be a stickler, but I got to be careful with this stuff, you know? So that is true. It's very nice of the person to offer, but it is true that they could be taking some feed from somewhere else and putting it on their channel. Very good point by Dr. Fatbird. Hey, thanks, Fiona Diamond. Thank you. Also, the April Lee. I owe some thanks to some people here. Let's see. I did not thank Truth Seeker. Truth Seeker said Gemini said there were roughly 5 significant fires or explosions at U.S. refineries per year, and last year there were 9. Yeah, so I haven't heard more details on this refinery. Thank you on this refinery explosion in Texas and fire. As I said, it is a regular occurrence. It's not, it never happens that there's some kind of energy facility fire in Texas. But if I hear more about this particular one, I will let you know. Thank you also, Stephen Briones. Stephen thinks Trump asked Iran, are you willing to capitulate to any of our demands? Iran said no, and Trump said, prepare for war, you have 5 days. That's what Stephen thinks. Thank you, Stephen. Thanks also, Truth Seeker. Thanks to Monkey Cam. Thank you, Monkey Cam. Thank you, Mr. Eric B. Thank you, Nick Rose. Thank you, Nick, for being a member. Crazy Yoda, thanks for being a member. Dawn, thanks for being a member. Josh Barnes, thank you. Gary Day, thank you. And also, Drunk Can't Cook, thanks for being a subscriber on Twitch. Thanks The Eternal Salt for subscribing on Twitch. Thanks Cece on Twitch for your support. Thanks Sven Christensen for the, thanks Sven for the gift subs. Very nice of you, Sven Christensen. Hang on a moment here. Give me a moment here. Oops, sorry. Now I'm getting noise. Okay. Sorry. Let me check for some updates here, and we're gonna keep the stream going. But soon I'm gonna definitely have to make some food because I have not eaten. Oh, where is this here? I just saw something. Some of our viewers were mentioning this. Yes, just an update on the Valero. An update on the Valero refinery fire in Port Arthur, Texas. The sheriff says the explosion was likely caused by an industrial heater. Okay. Sheriff Zena Stevens says the explosion was likely caused by an industrial heater. Some of our viewers mentioned that. Olive posted that. That's from Port Arthur, Texas. I just wanted to post that. I just wanted to post that. Give me a moment here. Again, Sheriff Zena Stevens says the explosion was likely caused by an industrial heater. Hey, thanks to, one moment. Thanks to TJB DeVera for the Facebook stars. Also, Sommer Smith. I never thanked Sommer Smith for the Facebook stars. Shout out to our moderators. I really appreciate all of our moderators who have been here and are here. Leslie Ladyhawk, Thank you. Ruth, thank you for moderating. I appreciate it. And also over on Twitch, Sarah, Surly Dev, Matthew Kohai 3, and Idaho Star, thank you so much. Linda Belk, Larry, Misha on X. And also on Facebook, all of our moderators there. Hang on. Getting a little bit too many things open on my, that's the problem. By the way, the plane we were watching before and wondering if it was going to Pakistan, it's now over Indian airspace. Just for whatever it's for what it's worth. The American government plane. Hold on. Where is way too much open on my desktop? Way too much open on my desktop. Need to close some things. Thanks to our Facebook moderators, Kay Lowry Body, Margaret Riley. Thank you. Andrea Holder in training. Thanks Diane Allworth and Christy Claff for subscribing over there. Paul Anderson, thank you. Okay, I think what I should do is maybe take... Well, hold on a second here. Maybe I should take 5 minutes and put some food in the air fryer. Let's do that. Let me take 5 minutes. Let me take 5 minutes. Oh, Kat Miowski says, that tomorrow I will show your name on the cam or my hand. Our viewer Kat Miowski has a stream going from Tel Aviv, and said you can use the stream. And I said, well, I need to ascertain that it's your stream. So they said that tomorrow they'll figure that out. That's fine with me. All right, give me. Oh, Carolyn Phelps. I was reading about that. I had seen some unconfirmed reporting that there was some sort of trades before Trump's announcement today. Perhaps odd financial trades. Traders placed $580 million in oil bets ahead of Trump's social media post on Iran talks, from Financial Times. That's new from the Financial Times. Okay. Traders made bets worth $500 million in the oil market around 15 minutes before Trump's post touting productive talks with Iran sent the price of crude tumbling, says Financial Times. A market strategist at a U.S. broker said it's hard to prove causality, but you have to wonder who would have been relatively aggressive at selling futures at that point, 15 minutes before Trump's post. That's interesting. Hang on a moment here. Give me one moment. That is a report by the Financial Times. I'll post a link to it on X. Oh, they are. I'm going to put. Hold on a second here. I'll post a link to the article in the chat if you want to read it. It's interesting. I was hearing discussion of this on the web today. Some people had said that they had spotted odd-seeming trades shortly before Trump announced his delay of the extension of the deadline. So again, Financial Times is reporting that traders made bets worth $500 million in the oil market about 15 minutes before Trump posted this morning about the productive talks with Iran and extending the deadline. And they quoted a market strategist at a U.S. broker saying, it's hard to prove causality, but you have to wonder who would have been relatively aggressive at selling futures at that point 15 minutes before Trump's post. Also, one trader at a major hedge fund said several hedge funds noticed this was one of a number of examples in recent months of large trades being made ahead of U.S. government announcements. One trader at a major hedge fund said, my gut from watching markets for the last 25 years is this is really abnormal. It's Monday morning. There's no important data today. There aren't any Fed speakers. You'd want to front run. It's an unusually large trade for a day with no event risk. Somebody just got a lot richer. They did talk to a commodities trader who said the sales of oil future were not huge when measured against volumes in a market that was highly active. But they had spotted a sharp move in TTF, the European gas benchmark, at roughly the same time. So another person expert they talked to was a little more skeptical that the trade they're talking about was somehow based on insider information. Again, I don't know if anyone was trading on any inside information. That I don't know. Jan Joel says it was me, guy. Sorry, I felt bullish. Breads and Beans says, where was Nancy Pelosi? LGS says, very unusual. What is this? I don't know what that is. Excuse me. Evelyn News pointed out that in the last 2 hours, Saudi Arabia reported intercepting 19 drones in its airspace. I really think I need to put some food in the air fryer. I was going to, but things keep happening. By the way, thanks to Carolyn Phelps for mentioning that article. Thanks for your support, Carolyn. Also, thanks you to James Craig. James Craig, thank you so much. Also, Oscar Matsurath. Oscar said, I flew out of Cincinnati Airport. The lines were insane today for TSA. How long will the workers work without pay, and do you think they will go on strike? I think maybe they're not allowed to go on strike, TSA, but I don't know how long that whole thing is going to go on for. I have no idea. At some point, I'm guessing Congress will reach some sort of agreement to fund the TSA people, but that I don't know. I feel bad for them that they have to work without pay. Yeah, I believe they are not allowed to strike TSA agents under the law. I'm seeing articles about it online, but anyways, that's what I believe is the case. Hang on a moment. All right, I'm taking 5 minutes. I am taking 5 minutes. Right now. Thanks, Sophia Roman. Trump claims he and Iran leadership are in communication. Is that true? I can't tell you if Trump and Iran... There's a lot of articles discussing about, are they in communication? Is it direct communication? Is it indirect communication? I don't know. The Iran Speaker of Parliament today put out a post claiming there had been no negotiations, but then I saw an article in one of the news outlets that said that Iranian officials had said that they had received some proposals. So we just really don't know right now what kind of negotiations have been going on between Iran and the U.S. Have there been direct or indirect? I can't say. I don't know. You know? And I don't know. I'm taking things people are saying on both sides with a giant grain of salt. So we just don't know. I have to go put food in the air fryer. Thank you, Sophia Roman. I appreciate that. All right, I got to do this. Steve will be back in around 5 minutes. Okay, I'll be back in around 5 minutes. We'll have more coverage. I'll be right back. All right. Thanks for your patience. Oopsie. I am making my food. I am currently making my food. Hang on here. Kuwait, once again, Kuwait is dealing with drones and missiles. They just posted again. Kuwaiti air defense systems are currently engaged in intercepting hostile missiles and drones that breach the country's airspace. So that's happening. Thank you, Pratik. Yeah, we've been talking about that refinery explosion in Port Arthur, Texas at the Valero refinery. The sheriff said there were no injuries, and the sheriff said that it was likely caused by an industrial heater. If I hear any more big updates, I'll let you know, but thank you so much, Pratik. So we're bringing you live updates as I know most of you know, and it's in our headline too, President Trump extended the deadline to open the Strait of Hormuz for 5 days, which goes till the end of the week. You can see here, stocks rally and oil sinks after Trump hints at possible end to war even as Iran denies talks. So we'll talk more about that. After I eat, we're going to talk more about that. Maybe we'll do another poll after I eat. Go to Math says, sounds like the war is still going on to me. Iran is still firing missiles and drones. Israel is still, in the U.S., I believe, are still launching attacks. I mean, Israel definitely carrying out attacks in Lebanon. And, oh, yeah, there have been attacks reported today in Iran, too. So, yeah, the war is still going on. Oh, and also, hey, there's a early warning alert. Early warning alert for northern Israel. Early missile warning alert for northern Israel, I'm seeing. Give me about 15 seconds, I'll come back. But again, detection of launches. Just saw it. So give me a second. Again, I am seeing IDF has detected launches from Iran. From what I can see, the warning is expected in northern Israel. I don't have a Haifa camera. I think it's actually maybe north of Haifa. I don't have a northern border camera. But I will keep an eye on Intel cams. You can go to Intel cams on YouTube and look at some cameras there. And I'm going to show you when the alerts happen where it is. Did the Haifa camera go down on? He's got a. There's a Haifa camera right now on Intel cams on YouTube. Golan and Galilee areas are expecting alerts. Oh, I can show you on the map. Here, look. Here is the alert area. Well, these are the pre-alerts. See the red markers there? Those are early warning areas. Early warning. Early warning. So you're seeing those red areas in the north here, close to the border. Close to the border, up here. All those red areas are early warning areas, but no sirens yet. It's from the so far red alert map. So at some point in the next couple minutes, you're going to see those alerts come on the map. Hey, Leslie OGD. That's so nice of you, Leslie. I'm making it here, but thank you so much, Leslie OGD. Very kind of you. Thanks, Leslie, for supporting the channel. Big thanks also to William McGlynn for supporting the channel. Thank you, William. We're waiting for the actual alerts to happen. Any moment now, they're going to pop up in the north, somewhere in here. All right, here we go. They're about to happen, I think. I think they're about to happen. There you go, right up in the north there, way at the north, right near the border with Lebanon. We got missile alerts near the border with Lebanon. I'm going to disappear for about 10 seconds. Hold on. You are looking at missile alerts near the border with Lebanon in Israel. Anything on Intel cams? Intel cams showing anything? Anybody? I'm looking at Intel cams. They got cameras in northern Israel. I do not have a camera up there. I'm waiting to see it on Intel cams. All right, now they're narrowing it down to the northeast, it looks like. Northeast, it looks like. I still haven't seen Oh, I just saw a flash. Now I'm seeing something come down on camera 9. Maybe an interception? Did we see an interception on Intel cams, guys? Saw a couple flashes on cams on Intel cams. Was that an interception? Big flash. Oh, I missed Dhruv Sharma's message. I got to thank a couple more people in a second. Hold on. So it kind of looked like it was an interception possibly. Let me try to get you some information. Hey, by the way, thank you to Gary Day. Thanks so much, Gary Day. Also, Mark Etienne LaRouche. Sorry, I got behind on thanking people. It's my fault. Mark Etienne LaRouche, thank you. Thank you, Brandy75 for the memberships. Thank you, Haley Girl. I really appreciate it. Thanks so much to Dhruv Sharma from India. Thank you, Dhruv, who says, will Pakistan allow the U.S. to use its airspace and military bases to attack Iran? Why didn't Iran attack the U.S. military base in Pakistan? I got to eat in a second, so maybe we can get into that later, Dhruv Sharma. I know nothing about that. I'll have to do some research. Thank you, Dhruv Sharma from India. Something we'll have to get, and thanks for your support. We'll have to get into it later. I got to eat in a minute. Let me see if if there's any reporting here. Let me see if there's any reporting here from Israel about the latest missile. We saw something coming in on Intel cams. By the way, Marc Etienne LaRouche said that the Geneva Convention says if a power plant serves a civilian neighborhood and offers no definite military advantage is destroyed, targeting it as a war crime. I'm not a law expert. I'm not an international law expert and law of war expert. So now, maybe somebody in the administration might argue in a case like that it does provide an advantage, but I don't want to get into that discussion because personally, I'm not an expert on that topic. But thank you so much, Marc Etienne LaRouche. There is the discussion out there as to whether if Trump decides to target power plants in Iran, is that a war crime? So I have not seen yet updates about what happened there, whether it was definitely an interception or not. No report. N12 News says, Israel, no reports of casualties from the MDA. No reports of casualties. All right. I think I need to go eat. My food is done. So I'm going to do that. And then I'll come back. It is time to eat. Thanks again to all of our moderators and everybody who has been tuning in. Oops, that's not what I wanted. That's what I wanted. I'll keep an eye out on the news. If there's some huge development, I can come back in. I can put down my fork and come back in. All right. So I will be back after I eat. I will leave the stream on, and we'll have more coverage in a little bit. Hold on. By the way, a quick thank you to Swarm of Dogs for subscribing on Twitch. Swarm of Dogs, thank you. Okay, I'll be back in a little bit. Hey guys, I'm still eating, but there were launches detected towards launches detected in Iran towards Israel. So I'm going to put the Tel Aviv camera on full screen here. We'll put the Tel Aviv camera full screen. You're going to hear two of me for a second. So there's Tel Aviv. We'll put the sound on. Here. We're hearing sirens right now. I'm seeing on Intel cams is showing missiles coming down. On Intel cams, I'm seeing missiles coming down. I don't know if they're getting shot down or not. Also, camera 4 on Intel cams showing missiles, maybe interceptions. Just saw a couple on camera 4 on Intel cams. Sorry, you can maybe hear two of me because the speaker's on in the other room, so I'm just powering through here. We'll see. It certainly looked like maybe there were some explosions, some interceptions possibly. But I'm going to check and see what information if you give me a second. Oh, just heard a boom maybe. Listen, we just saw... Sound like an interceptor. I think we saw it go up in the windows. Just heard another boom right there. More. Are those interceptions? Are they cluster munitions? I don't know. We just heard a couple. Let me just turn off. Give me a moment here. I need a moment. I'm coming back. So I'll have to see what happened here. But there were definitely interceptors that went up. Looked like maybe multiple missiles. I'm seeing a report from News.il, which I follow, they claim that there was a fall in an open area. N12 News says it was a limited barrage and one missile fell in an open area. Again, multiple sources saying there was a missile fall in an open area. What I'm going to do, oops, that's not what I want to do. We want to get this one off. Nope, not that. Why is this not getting it? There, I'll put this back. Tel Aviv and Beirut. Beirut and Tel Aviv. On. Again, I have not heard reports of casualties yet, so we'll wait to see what we hear. Intel Cam is on YouTube. It's called Intel Cams on YouTube. Thank you to Sobek. Thanks to Sobek and Least Trustworthy Weasel and for your support, and My Lil E. Thanks Sobek for being a member too. Thanks Q Spaces. Q Spaces, thank you. Occupy 49er. Thanks for being such a long-time viewer and for supporting. I am seeing now. Okay, no reports. MDA said, according to N12, there are no reports of missile falls at this stage, and they are treating 4 people injured who were going on the way. They were injured on the way to the protective space. So no reports of injuries from missiles coming down, no reports of direct missile hits. We've heard a report of a missile that hit an open area. So anyways, I'll keep an eye out. I'm going to go finish my food, but I'll keep an eye out. And again, I'll be back soon. I'm almost done eating. N12 News said all missiles fell in open areas. All missiles fell in open areas, not populated areas. If they're in open areas, they let them fall. Okay, so that's from N12 News. All missiles fell in open areas. Let me turn the sound back on over here on the Beirut cam. All right, I'll be back shortly. Thank you for your patience. It's getting light out there. It's getting light out. I need to put this here. This here. Thank you for being here. We're bringing you more live coverage. I am just checking for updates here. Regarding the last missile attack that we were talking about like a half hour ago, MDA said no known injuries or missile falls from that last missile wave. No known injuries or missile falls from that. Hang on a moment here. Ark Vin says we need new poll of Trump posting something pre-market. Well, he hasn't posted about Iran, I think, after that initial post this morning. You can see here stocks rally and oil sinks after Trump hints at possible end to war, even as Iran denies talks. AP says Turkey and Egypt said they had spoken to the warring parties. The first sign of coordinated mediation, which could be an encouraging signal. AP also says financial markets have had vicious swings both up and down since the war began because of uncertainty about how long the war would last. Oh, and then, we've been talking about, a lot of our viewers have been talking about, are the U.S. and Iran really negotiating? Are they really getting closer to a deal? AP says, Trump says U.S. and Iran are talking. His claim is eliciting market cheers and plenty of skepticism. The AP says if Trump were to end the war right now, he would be walking away from the fight at a moment when he still hasn't fully achieved his stated objectives. For example, the around 970 pounds of highly enriched uranium, which Iran is believed to have, remained buried beneath rubble at 3 key Iranian nuclear sites that were badly damaged by a limited U.S. military operation last year. Trump said today the U.S. would retrieve Iran's enriched uranium as part of a potential agreement with Iran, but he offered no details on how, beyond the saying the U.S. military will take it ourselves. What was his excuse for extending the deadline? Because he said there were productive talks. I cannot prove there were. He said, over the last 2 days, Iran and the U.S. have had, he said, I'm pleased to report that the United States of America and Iran, in the country of Iran, have had over the last 2 days very good and productive conversations regarding a complete and total resolution of our hostilities in the Middle East, based on the tenor and tone of these in-depth, detailed, and constructive conversations, which will continue throughout the week. I have instructed the Department of War to postpone any and all military strikes against Iranian power plants and energy infrastructure for a 5-day period, subject to the success of the ongoing meetings and discussions. Thank you for your attention to this matter. The Speaker of the Iranian Parliament denied there had been talks. I don't know if there have been talks. Swizzards, our viewer, thinks he lies and he's going to invade Iran. One of our viewers was mentioning Pakistan. The Financial Times reported today that Pakistan is positioning itself as the lead mediator, trying to broker an end to the war. They also report Pakistan has pitched Islamabad as a possible venue for talks this week between Iran and the U.S. The Financial Times pointed out that mediation between the U.S. and Iran has typically been facilitated by Oman and Qatar, not Pakistan. This is an interesting point from the Financial Times. They say Pakistan is one of the few U.S. allies in the region that has been spared Tehran's missiles and drones. That has helped shore it up as a neutral arbiter to Iran and the U.S. It has close relations with Gulf states. Also, it has the second largest Shia Muslim population after Iran. And also, it depends on the Gulf for oil and gas imports, says Financial Times. The majority of Muslims in Pakistan are Sunni, but about 5 to 20% are Shia. BBG, the Port Arthur, I have heard absolutely nothing to suggest that there's any connection between this war and the Port Arthur refinery. As I mentioned before, the sheriff local sheriff said that the Port Arthur refinery explosion was likely caused by an industrial heater. There has been no reporting whatsoever suggesting any kind of malicious activity led to the Port Arthur refinery. Thank you so much to BBG512. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Also, KWNY Upstate, thank you, who thinks the U.S. military does not follow illegal orders and destroying civilian power plants are not allowed. Trump is bluffing. Thanks to our viewer from India, Hauling Pixels. Thanks also to Lamb T. Jops from New Zealand and Twisted Doobie for your support. Lamb says, Trump folded again. What a draft dodging surprise. Twisted Doobie mentioned a historic courthouse burned down in Rome, Georgia today. I saw something about that. The Floyd County Courthouse burned down today. It dates back to 1893, and it's been undergoing a renovation. Our viewer, Lazy Dennis, thinks no way Iran opens the strait. I don't know if I thanked Tywin Clegane before. Thank you, Tywin Clegane. Hauling Pixels says India's national stock exchange appoints Rothschild as independent advisor for IPO in February 2026. If you know, you know. I know nothing about that. I saw something that said, I know nothing about this story. There's a story from about almost a month and a half ago where the Reuters said that the National Stock Exchange of India said it has appointed Rothschild and Company as an independent advisor to oversee its long-awaited initial public offering. That's really all I can say. I don't have much knowledge about that whole thing. Nine Gallagher thinks that Trump looks weak with the 5-day extension. Let's see here. Thanks Care Bear Killer for thanking the mods. Yeah, people keep saying there was an attack on the refinery. I don't know where you guys are getting this stuff, but I haven't seen any kind of source I would consider remotely reliable at this point say that there was an attack on the refinery. Sorry, I forgot to do something here. Oh no, that's right. They got to adjust this camera, I think. I know the Beirut camera is bright. I think the person needs to wake up and adjust the camera because it's not night anymore. I can switch it out with this one though. Wait, you'll see. Where is it? Watch this. Nope, not that. Oh, I think the camera's getting adjusted. Nope, not now. Hold on. Everything is falling apart. Why is it doing that? Oh, I see. There we go. That looks better. Oh, they just fixed it on the other camera. They fixed it. They fixed their focusing. They're fixing the focus. The Washington Post says reopening the Strait of Hormuz alone would not address another key U.S. security concern, the fate of Iran's nuclear program and the estimated 970 pounds of highly enriched uranium that could eventually be used to fuel a nuclear bomb. The uranium is believed to be buried in canisters deep underground, following U.S. strikes on Iranian nuclear facilities last June. Nor would leaving in place the current Iranian leadership answer the calls of the widespread protests across Iran in January. A report in Iran's Fars News, a state-run media company, said there were no direct talks or any mediated communication between Iran and the U.S. in the lead-up to Trump's announcement today. I don't know if that's true. The Washington Post says it remains to be seen whether the market optimism that an end to the war is in sight will stick. There have been several points since the U.S. attacked Iran that comments by Trump or other administration officials suggesting a resolution to the conflict is imminent sent energy prices plunging, only to bounce back after more attacks on energy infrastructure by Iran and vows that it will keep the Strait of Hormuz closed indefinitely. I've started to see a number of articles. There are several reports out there that Iran wants to charge in the future every ship that goes through the strait a fee. I can't confirm they want that, but there are a number of reports that claim that Iran wants to do that in the future. Inzaghi says, why was the deadline delayed? I mean, there's different theories on this. To calm the markets. Trump could have changed his mind, too. One article we read today claimed that allied countries told Trump that they thought that if he bombed the electric infrastructure in Iran, then that would make Iran end up as a failed state. AO says, why would Iran admit to talks with us? Yeah, seems like they would have a political reason, the leadership, to not admit it. Hollywood says, who is negotiating on behalf of Iran is what I'd like to know. Icarus, our viewer, says there's no guarantee that Trump means what he says. For all I know, there might be a missile strike in 24 hours. Trump likes surprises. Camera is moving. The camera is moving. Uh-oh. Was that new or is that old? I didn't hear anything. Maybe that's one from there was strikes overnight. Got a bit of a fire going there, it looks like. There were strikes overnight in Beirut. Look at this. Give me about 10 seconds. Hold on. Hauling Pixels from India says, how is Israel allowed to have nukes with their infamous Samson option and also refuse to have inspections unlike Iran? Hauling Pixels thinks it's hypocritical. Wikipedia says the Samson option is a term describing Israel's alleged deterrent strategy of using massive nuclear retaliation as a last resort if its nation is militarily invaded or facing existential destruction. We talked about this before, too. White House eyes Iran's Politico reports that the White House is eyeing Iran's parliament speaker, Ghalibaf, Mohammad Ghalibaf, as a potential partner and even a future leader. He is seen by some in the White House as a workable partner who could lead Iran and negotiate with the Trump administration in the war's next phase. There was a quote in Politico today, who ran that story. Politico said, according to an administration official, Trump doesn't want to take out Karg Island because he hopes the next leader will make a deal similar to the one made by Delcy Rodriguez, Nicolas Maduro's vice president, who took over after Maduro was captured. And the administration official told Politico, it's all about installing someone like a Delcy Rodriguez in Venezuela that we say, we're going to keep you there. We're going to not take you out. You're going to work with us. You are going to give us a good deal, a first deal on the oil. Gluman says, check out the crucifix. This is Lebanon. They have, what is it? Christian, Sunni, and Shia Muslim. About a third of the population is Christian in Lebanon. Strong One says, mixing pot of religions. Cool TV says, yes, Lebanon has a lot of Christians. Thanks to Idar V from Norway. Idar V, thank you. Also, Alex Dubois, thank you. Thanks to Daddy Coda, Daddy666 Coda for subscribing on Twitch. Shout out to our moderators. Idaho Star, Good Luck Duck. I got that fire. Matthew Kohai 3, Sarah and Surly Dev on Twitch. Linda Belk, Larry, Misha over on X. Kay Lowry Body, Margaret Riley, Paul Anderson over on Facebook. Thank you so much. Oops, I have to open this up. Oops, hold on. I just realized something. This is not all the way up. It should be. Where did my chat window go? Hold on. There it is. Oh, hold on. I have to switch cameras. Switching. I think they're going to switch the feed. They're going to switch that feed to a different camera. So I'll get it back. But we have basically the same feed. Or they'll switch that feed to a different output. Hold on a moment here. Are they switching where that other one was? Let's see. Get some volume on this one. Oh, thanks, Roberts, May Queen, and Ruth, who are modding. Roberts, May Queen, and Ruth, thank you so much for modding there. Billy Cusack. Billy Cusack says apparently Iran wants to turn the Strait of Hormuz into the New Jersey Turnpike a toll road. There are multiple reports that say Iran wants to charge ships in the future a toll for going through the Strait of Hormuz. Thank you, Billy Cusack. What is that? Oh, hold on. Vega Wow says if only we could start investing more in renewable energy resources. I need about 1 minute here. Gonna bring you more coverage. Give me a minute. I'm coming back. Hang on. Give me 1 minute. I'm coming right back. Okay, that was longer than 1 minute. I know. I'm sorry. Let's see here. Let's take a live look at marine traffic. Live look at marine traffic. Hey, it's live. Live marine traffic. Not much going on in the Strait of Hormuz there. Where's that ship going? Past track. Hey, this ship is going towards the Strait of Hormuz. Maybe it's going to pick up a load of something. This ship is... That is the... Oh, that's an Iranian ship, isn't it? The Golsan? Hey, what happened here? Golsan. Or no, maybe... Yeah, it's an Iranian flag. That's an Iranian ship. That's heading towards the Strait of Hormuz. Maybe it's going to make a pickup somewhere. Gary Baines says, call Pete Hegseth, lock on new target. What else? I mean, again, not much going on. That's 17 hours ago. How about this one? Gas Lucky. Hey, look at Gas Lucky. That's a Chinese vessel. It's not really going very fast. Looks like it's going half a knot. Where's past track? Gas Lucky. It's there. That was a couple hours ago. That was like 2 hours ago. Is there any chance that this is a Chinese vessel? Ooh, guys, remember several ships in the last day, 3 different ships, 2 Indian and 1 Chinese ships, have gotten out of the Strait of Hormuz, but they took this kind of unconventional route behind the island of Larak. It is thought that they are ships that got approval from Iran. Some kind of agreement was reached to let them out. Could we be seeing another one? Because this ship is the Gas Lucky Chinese ship, and looks like it actually is slowed down a bit, though. Yeah, it's going much more slowly now. The last update was it was going at... Oh, it says at anchor. At anchor. As of 11 minutes ago, at anchor. All right, well, it's at anchor right now. There. But maybe it'll go the same way around here. The Gas Lucky. Lots of ships trapped in the Gulf. Douthis thinks Iran is waiting for the check to clear. Where did Gas Lucky load from? I don't know. Let's see. Gas Lucky. What is the route tool? Oh, no. I don't want that. Exit route tool. Gas Lucky. Past track. Well, it was there. I wonder if we go to Gas Lucky, will it tell us when it was last in port or something? I thought it said it was Chinese ship. It says it's under the flag of Panama. Is it owned by China? Chinese owned? Oh, China owner, it says. And voyage timeline of Gas Lucky. Okay. Iranian exclusive zone. I haven't really used this. 46 days ago. Looks like it's been in the Persian Gulf for a while. Anyways, I'm not going to get all into this now. If you want, you can go to marinetraffic.com. It's interesting, though. Go to marinetraffic.com and you can look it up. Artificial Lidenci likes marinetraffic.com. Is this true? Hold on. Hey, this is interesting. Chosin, which is, I believe, South Korea newspaper, Chosin. They say the government of South Korea, starting on the 25th, will, with high oil prices persisting, the South Korean government will implement a vehicle 5-day rotation system. The system limits driving by the day of the week based on the last digit of a car's license plate number. On Mondays, vehicles with 1 and 6 are not allowed to operate. Basically, 1 day a week, you can only drive 4 of the 5 weekdays. That's from Chosun. Vehicles are being banned from operating 1 day a week in South Korea. How about that? Now, what vehicles? Is it government vehicles? It's government vehicles. It's government vehicles. So the public institutional sector will be required to participate. So if you have a government vehicle, you can only one weekday a week, you can't drive it. Yeah, South Korea, not North Korea. Exactly. That was interesting. I mean, look, the Strait of Hormuz is still closed. So the longer that goes on, the more impact it's going to have on around the world. The Economist has a headline, Donald Trump's latest climb down suggests he may want to end the war. The Economist thinks the divide between Israel and America is widening. The Economist says Israel sees this war as a crucial step towards neutralizing Iran's military threat, its nuclear and ballistic missile programs, and support for proxies in the region. An objective that Israel thinks can only be achieved through regime change. Mr. Trump at times has appeared to share those aims, but recently he has appeared more concerned with ensuring that oil flows out of the Gulf. He has twice criticized Israel during the war, both times after Israeli jets bombed targets related to Iran's energy industry. They think, The Economist, that he seems focused now on averting a global energy crisis, for which he would be blamed. And they say Israel thus faces the prospect the war will end without the attainment of the main objective stated by Benjamin Netanyahu, to prepare the ground for a popular uprising in Iran that would topple the Iranian regime. The Economist says the Israeli government is frustrated there are no signs of the regime's implosion. The Economist points out that President Trump's record shows a preference for speedy and flashy military operations. The Economist says the war's unexpectedly long duration so far, as well as Mr. Trump's latest climb down, undermine the idea that Iran's regime is fragile and that regime change is possible. They think it's looking more likely that the campaign will either drag on or end messily, with an Iran that is battered but defiant and still able to inflict considerable damage on the region and the world. I can't tell you what President Trump had in mind when he started. Did he really think? Did Israel and the U.S. both really think that this war was going to result in the end of the Iranian regime? Now, the war is not over yet. It's not over yet. But did they think that that would happen fairly soon? I don't know. Ninja Master thinks they did think that. Mr. Satnav thinks it's going to take 5 years to repair the infrastructure. Reportedly, one of Iran's demands in the negotiations is reparations, payments for the damage done from the attacks. Echo Pass Outpost thinks our viewer, the Iran government is not going to topple. That is a pipe dream. Thanks, Milk Crate, for watching on Twitch. Sulan thinks regime change is the only rational option. Woodcraft Supply Corner says you can't destroy an ideology. Zarita says Trump is a deal maker. Stephen Dennis, who is with Bloomberg, reports that senators are increasingly optimistic tonight they will soon reach a deal to fund most of DHS, including the TSA. Will we see a deal to fund the TSA in the next couple days? Chosen says no. It is almost 6 o'clock Israel time. Cool for Real thinks Trump underestimated Iran. Tel Aviv is the top picture, top video, and the bottom video is Beirut. The Wall Street Journal had an interesting report today. The Wall Street Journal reports that U.S. allies in the Persian Gulf are inching toward joining the fight against Iran, getting tougher following persistent attacks that have disrupted their economies. Now, I don't know that, I mean, if these Gulf nations get involved militarily against Iran, I mean, I don't know if that really actually, do they really have capabilities that the U.S. doesn't have? Is it really going to make us, I mean, it seems like a significant diplomatic move. I don't know that it's going to be a significant military move. Although they did say, for example, maybe there's like letting them use certain facilities. The Wall Street Journal is claiming that Saudi Arabia recently agreed to let American forces use its King Fahd air base on the western side of the Arabian Peninsula. They had said, Saudi Arabia, ahead of the fighting, that it wouldn't allow its facilities or airspace to be used for attacks on Iran. Haruna Q thinks they will become targets. I guess they might think that they have become targets. Could they become worse targets or more frequent targets? Thanks, Bluebird Softball Cookie. The Strait of Hormuz being closed does not mean it's physically closed. It does not mean there's a line of ships across it. It just means that it's effectively closed, which means that Iran has made it so that by attacking ships and making threats, Iran has made it so that ships are not willing to go through there. That the perceived danger is greater than any ship wants to take. So it effectively is closed. Because it's so dangerous that ships will not go through there. Now, there's been a few going through, apparently with permission of Iran. Odette is watching from Israel. By the way, thanks to Susan Priest Buchner for the Facebook stars. Shout out to some of our YouTube members, by the way. Bluebird Softball Cookie, Chris F. Thank you, Bluebird Softball Cookie. I appreciate it. Dozer Cam Doom. Thanks to some of our members. Waltham Mass, Bernard Tapey, Haruna Q, SNN, Chucky T. Plague, Nelly, Braden Kemp, Twitter Pated, Knox Corvus. Who are some of our other members? Wes Downer, SNN, Mac Kinder, Sam Patton, Gary Baines, Edwards Distress, Catwing, Ed Eden Janicki, thank you, Nelly, MB. I do wonder if, given that President Trump has made this 5-day extension of the deadline till, I guess, Saturday, will both sides try to not, are both sides going to not do anything too escalatory until the end of the week? Because maybe both sides think, okay, well, there's this negotiation going on. I don't know. So will there be no big escalations before the end of the week? That sounds like a poll question. You understand the question? Freezing Cathedral says, I give it until Wednesday before we go hot again. Rico V says, once the market closes on Friday, it will escalate again. Golf Wang Puck says by tomorrow. Will there be any more big escalations? Will there be any big escalations for the end of the week? Basically before the deadline. We're doing a poll. See what you think about this. Okay, I have it posted 2 places. Now I got to post it over on Facebook. Oops. Okay, I am posting this. I'm going to post the poll. I posted it on Twitch and YouTube. Now I'm going to post it on Facebook. Let's see what you said. I don't know. Will everybody kind of hold off on escalating things until the end of this deadline, or will there be more escalations beforehand? Okay, here is some results for you. Uh, 65%, wow, on YouTube think there will be another big escalation before the end of the week. 66% on YouTube think this. Over on Facebook, it is 56% yes, 44% no. How about Twitch? Twitch is 65% yes, Pretty similar to YouTube. 35% no. People seem to think there's going to be a big escalation before the end of the week. If there's a big escalation, what does that do to the negotiations? Haruna Q says war-winning escalation? Zinc Man thinks oil prices are bound to rise. Ben does not think there are actually negotiations? Louis Lou says there are no negotiations. Nothing is slowed down. Strikes on both sides are still happening. Nathaniel says, I don't think this is over. Iran will keep the strait closed for a long time. Thanks for voting in our poll. Thank you for voting. Our viewer Olive Kelly says, too many people now with no financial buffer. Olive says, oil crisis could lead to riots or civil unrest. Well, it's not raining there today. Nicer weather now. Black Cluster says, my gas here in Idaho is $4.50 a gallon, thanks Trump. The SAPEC says, The Sappecorrect says we are in dire straits. If Trump hadn't issued that, posted that post this morning and extended the warning, it would be after the warning night now. We would be after the deadline. We would be what? About 4 hours and 15 minutes after the deadline. Early missile warning for where? I'm looking up early missile warning. I can see it. It's for the South. Here it is. Early missile warning. It's those areas in red. The areas in red. Early warning. Southern Israel, Beersheba, and some surrounding areas. I do not have a I don't have a camera from that location, but we'll keep an eye out. Eventually we'll see the alerts pop on the map there. But the red area is the early alert area. Oh, you can keep an eye on Intel cams if you want. Intel cams on YouTube. They got some cameras over there. Oh, that's true. Edward points out that Intel cams doesn't have any cams in the South, but I feel like you can sometimes maybe see stuff in the distance on the other cams. I think. I'm not sure though. So I would say in a minute or so, expecting to see the alerts come on the screen somewhere in those red areas. Any moment now, awaiting missile alerts. Maybe Dimona. Dimona's in an early warning area. Still none on the screen. Really any moment. Still waiting for the alerts. Still waiting for the alerts. I feel like we're getting these alerts a little later on this particular one. I feel like usually they're you see them before this. But this is the map. This is the map. Any moment. Logan's son says hopefully no more alerts. Nothing at this point. Nothing. Could maybe have something gotten shot down early? I don't know. But we haven't seen them. We just have the early warning. Oh, there you go. There are the alerts. Beersheba, for example. There they are. There are the missile alerts. I don't know if Intel cams, you'll be able to see anything in the sky. More alerts. Not seeing anything yet on Intel cam in the sky. I do not know how many missiles there are. Truth WSYF says lots of open space out there. In a moment, I'll check and see what is being reported about this. Again, sorry, I don't have a camera there for you. Did anyone see anything on Intel cams or not? Oh, one of our viewers said, Golf Wayne Puck said more alerts because of cluster sped. Yeah, I don't know how that works with this alert system. I don't know if it's a cluster where you get more alerts for longer. That's a good question. I don't know. I don't know if this map is based on when the cluster munitions come out. Let me see if, oh, Barry says during the daytime it's difficult to see much on Intel cams, maybe especially in the distance. So you can see there's still a few alerts there. They have not gone away yet. Thanks to Dolly Farton. Thanks to Cheyenne Sexton. Cheyenne, Iran's parliament speaker said on social media earlier today that there'd been no talks, but I mean, it's not. He, in theory, might not be telling the truth too. Iranian government also often says things are not true, so I don't know what the status is of talks, if they have been talking or not. Thank you so much, Cheyenne Sexton. I appreciate that, Cheyenne Sexton. We had the alerts disappear, so let's see if there are any reports of anything. I am seeing one of the alarms was in Arad, by the way, where that missile injured over 100 people a couple days ago. I don't have updates yet. Yediot News Israel says residents report hearing loud explosions across the Negev. There was also an alarm in Arad. So maybe some interceptions happened. I haven't heard about any missile hits yet. I'm looking to see what we hear. Thank you, Madeline Hanley. Thank you, Madeline, very much. Also, Dolly Farton. Thank you, Dolly. And Bernard Tapey. Thank you, Bernard. So loud explosions heard in the Negev. The Negev is a desert and semi-desert region of southern Israel. If you look at this map on Wikipedia, it says the Negev is the dark part at the bottom, the dark red part. It's getting kind of cut off there, but hold on. I don't know if I can display this for you. No, that's not working. Hold on. There it is. So the Negev is the red part, the dark red part. So, as I understand it, yes. So there were sirens heard in the Negev. But I'm looking to see any reports on this. N12 News says residents in Beersheba heard a loud explosion. N12 News says interception attempts were made and the results are still under review in Israel from this last missile attack. Waiting to hear more. Oh, thanks to Meat Hooks. Thanks, Meat Hooks, for the memberships. That's really nice of you. Meat Hooks, thank you. Also, Endless, our member, and Matt, F2P, our member. Thanks, Mendy. Excuse me, Mendy R. Mendy, a couple people have asked about a countdown clock, but we don't really have a firm deadline. When he posted on Saturday, he gave a very firm deadline, 48 hours from this exact time. When he says extend by 5 days, he could mean to Friday to Saturday. So I don't really feel like we have a good firm deadline for a. I don't feel like this is a deadline that has a very it's wedded to a specific time. I guess I'll say. Thank you, Mendy. I still am waiting to see. I don't have updates about the missiles yet. Don't have updates yet. Nothing. Looking in Israeli media? Haven't seen yet. Usually you hear something more by now about whether there's been any hits or injuries or anything like that, but still haven't heard. I'm seeing now what it says is the missile event has ended, by the way. The missile event, this one, has ended. Oh, I'm seeing a video of a fall in an open area near or in Beersheba. Also, I'm seeing reported by Hot News, which is a reliable Israel account I follow. They say that the MDA is saying no injuries are known, that MDA medics and paramedics went to search 2 scenes in Beersheba. So far, no injuries known. Looks like maybe a missile hit an open area. Thanks, Zetheus official who thinks 5 days till the market closes and manipulates again. Thanks also KPacket7. Very nice of you. It is 6:30 Israel and Lebanon time, about 8 Iran time. We'll go for a little while longer here. I think we could be getting close. Last night was very late. Last night we were on until, when were we on until last night? Like 3 or 4 in the morning, I think. Close to a deal, says KV Mac. I don't know. We'll have to see how it plays out this week. Mr. JT says close to bedtime. Somebody wants me to go on for 5 straight days. And I didn't shout out our Twitch subscribers before. I might have shouted out our Twitch subscribers before. I can't remember. People like Freezy Cathedral, My Mind Spray, Wall Street Shaggy, Strong One, Bill Huang, Douthis. Thanks to all of our subscribers there. Tuna, Bogan. Did I say Strong One? My Mind Spray. All of our Twitch subscribers. Huge thanks. Did I thank Bill Huang? I can't even remember anymore. Holistic. Now remember, once we do get off the air, if something big happens, I can just come on and do another live stream. There's nothing stopping me. I am hearing something, breaking news. According to, well, let's see here. Israel police says police forces are combing the areas where interception shrapnel fell in southern Israel in the latest missile attack. So some shrapnel fell. And then Almog Boker says, report of 2 falls in open areas. No reports of bodily injuries or damage. Thanks, Muggles, by the way. I appreciate that, Muggles. Thank you. Again, apparently a couple falls in open areas there. And IDF says, IDF search and rescue forces. Hey, this doesn't sound good. IDF says search and rescue forces are on their way to several sites in southern Israel where reports of impacts have been received. We haven't heard yet, though, of any kind of, major damage or injuries. So let's give it a second. But I've seen some reports from Israeli media saying they haven't heard it. Let's see what happens, though. They did say that. Okay, N12 News just said report of 2 missile crash sites in open areas in the Beersheba area. No injuries. That's what they're saying. I think we may be getting there, guys. I think we're close. Oh, Manny Fabian of Times of Israel says no injuries or direct impacts are reported. following the latest missile attack, the 5th since midnight. All right, let me just start. I'll start wrapping up and we'll see what happens by the time I finish wrapping up. I do appreciate everybody joining us for more live coverage. We're going to keep having live coverage of this war. But I appreciate everybody being here. And a lot of people have been sending me updates and sending in comments and questions, and I appreciate that as well. If you want, you can subscribe, follow the channel, Agenda Free TV. We cover all kinds of live breaking news without an agenda. And I would highly recommend turn on our free notifications, because I never know in advance when something big's going to happen. I'm going to rush on the air. So if you don't want to miss a stream, check out or sign up for the free notifications. We do it through Discord, but the mods will post a link. It's very easy to sign up. The mods will post a link. You can find the link to sign up for the notifications on YouTube and Facebook in the description of this video. But I would recommend that. By the way, we never checked. Did we ever even look? No, we were looking at flight radar a little bit tonight. I know we were looking at that one plane. Anyways, I haven't. Well, you can go to flightradar24.com and check it out. You know, I will say, there's a tanker right there. I didn't hear tonight about some nights. Well, we know that we heard about some strikes in Iran. There have been other nights where I heard about more strikes in Iran than tonight. Doesn't mean there weren't, but I just wasn't seeing that many reports of it. So, but maybe there are. We heard of some. So I don't know if that's if it's less tonight or not. I mean, eventually, what the U.S. said, they've hit over 9,000 targets. So between the U.S. and Israel, they've hit about, I think, 20,000 targets in Iran. Oh, thanks to Channel 27, Heidi Vandenberg. That's so nice of you. Heidi, thank you so much. That's really kind of you. Thanks for your support of the channel. Yes, they said over 9. That's the U.S. I think Israel is a similar number. The U.S. said today they have hit over 9,000 targets. Targets struck 9,000 plus. Combat flights over 9,000. Iranian vessels damaged or destroyed 140 plus. That's just well, that's not Israel. It's the U.S. John says, does that mean the strait is open? Hold on. Hey, so I appreciate everybody watching. And also, hey, I will post on my X account when there's news updates. You can follow me over there for breaking news. At Lookner on X. I will post updates there. I posted, well, during the broadcast, I post too. You can go check it out. Let's shout out our moderators. Our moderators are amazing. Thank you so much. Mods are always here. They're keeping the chat civil and respectful. We could not have chat rooms without them. Hang on here. Thank you, mods. Like Ruth and Robert's May Queen on YouTube. Big thanks, moderators. All of our other YouTube mods there too. And A lot of Twitch mods tonight. That's awesome. Good luck, Duck, Idaho Star, Matthew Kohai, 3 Surly Dev, all of our other Twitch mods. Big thanks. Linda Belk, Larry, Misha on X, over on Facebook, K Lowry Body. And oops, I have to go back over here. Margaret Riley, K Lowry Body, Paul Anderson, Andrea Holder training to be a mod there. Thank you so much, moderators. Thank you. They are always there. They are keeping the chat respectful for everyone. Also, thanks to everybody who supported the channel today. That's really nice of you guys. Hey, look, it's Imran Chowdhury. Thanks, Imran, for being a member. And Imran it says YVR. Is that an abbreviation for a place? I don't know. I'll leave that up to Imran if Imran wants to reveal. Oh, is it Vancouver is, I don't know if Imran's there. I guess Vancouver Airport is YVR. But that doesn't mean Imran is in Canada. Oh, but anyways, looks like Imran might be in Vancouver. Anyways, wherever it is, Imran, thank you. El Anna said Vancouver Airport is YVR. Yes, and Imran looks like in Canada. Thank you, Imran. Thanks also Alfonso Colmer, who says nuclear facilities in Europe strategic targets? You mean for Iran? I think it'd probably be kind of tough for them to hit nuclear facilities because, well, I don't want to get all into this now, but they fired a couple missiles reportedly at Diego Garcia a couple days ago, which might suggest that they could have some missiles that could hit Europe, but if they do, I don't know that it's that many. Then you run into the question of, would they be accurate? And that would be just enormously provocative for them to try to target nuclear facilities. And there would be huge potential downsides to them. Maybe if they were in a war of survival, maybe if like the regime was just about to collapse or something, I don't know, but maybe next time we can talk about the Diego Garcia story. There's debate among experts about what that really means about their missile progress. I've seen some experts say, well, you know, if they took an existing missile and put a lighter warhead on, or if they took something they were using for launching space vehicles, maybe they used that. So, but remind me next time. Maybe we can talk about that more next time. I don't think my brain is in good enough shape right now to talk about it now. Kenny Freeman thinks nobody fired missiles at Diego Garcia. That's what Kenny thinks. Again, maybe it's an interesting topic. Maybe we can get into it next time. Thanks for bringing it up. Who brought that up? It was, I forget. Oh, Alfonso Colmer. Thank you. Thanks also Inked Cyclops. Inked Cyclops says they launched missiles. They said they didn't have a Diego Garcia. Again, I don't know to what extent. I don't know that Iran has admitted they did it. And I don't know if there's been public proof of the claim that the missiles were launched at Diego Garcia and how far they went and all that. But just, you know, as an example, and again, I don't want to get into all of this now, but as I mentioned, I have read multiple experts who say something like, well, their previous limitation on range was a political choice. They made the political choice to say, we're not going to launch things farther than this. So Jeffrey Lewis, who I follow, who is a missile expert, said Iran was developing an ICBM when Khamenei imposed a 2,000-kilometer range limit. The programs shifted to space launch. Khamenei lifted the restriction in October 2025 after the June attacks. Now he's dead, and there we are. That doesn't really explain it, though, but I mean, the point there is that it was a political decision. He said they had a space program with a missile option. He also had said, while I can't rule out a low payload stunt, Iran has several space launch vehicles that could deliver a significant payload to these distances. And yeah, here's what he said. He said, Iran's 2,000-kilometer ceiling on missile range was a voluntary political limit, not a technical one. Many of us spent the past several years explaining that Iran could quickly build intermediate-range ballistic missiles if it chose to do so. So, again, I don't want to get into this all now, but there are experts like Dr. Jeffrey Lewis who are basically saying that if they launched missiles at Diego Garcia, it doesn't mean that they have some huge new technical capacity that we didn't know they had. That's what they're saying. So I wouldn't just conclude, oh my gosh, they have this wild, new, much better technical capacity than we thought they did. Jeffrey Lewis is, he's at Middlebury University, and he is on the staff at Foreign Policy Research Institute, James Martin Center for Non-Proliferation Studies. He's a well-known missile expert. But again, I'm open to discussing it more, but I don't want to do it right now. It's an interesting topic. But I'd be wary of drawing hasty conclusions. There was a 7.6 earthquake, says the USGS. 7.6 earthquake near Tonga? What does near mean? See that right there? It says 7.6. 112 kilometers west-southwest of Niafu, Tonga. One of our viewers said 7.6, almost 6.7. Yeah, I just saw that. Just got posted about. I'll let you know if I hear anything about, I mean, I have a hard time believing a 7.6 is going to cause like an enormous destructive tsunami around the world or something. I mean, Fiji's pretty close to there. So, well, Fiji looks like it's pretty close. It looks like several hundred miles away. There's Tonga right there. There's Tonga. It looks like it's about maybe, just eyeballing it, 100. It's over 100 miles away from Tonga, but I'll have to see what the Pacific Tsunami Warning Center says about it. No tsunami warning, watch, or threat. No tsunami impacts are expected. Oh, that's Guam CNMI. Where else? There is no tsunami threat because the earthquake is located too deep inside the earth. No tsunami threat from 7.6 earthquake. That's from Pacific Tsunami Warning Center. That's what they say. Pacific Tsunami Warning Center. There is no tsunami threat because the earthquake is located too deep inside the earth. Okay. The depth was, it was 147 miles deep. The depth was 147 miles deep on that earthquake. Okay. 237 kilometers, 147 miles deep. By the way, hey, thanks again, Inked Cyclops. I appreciate it. We can maybe talk. We can maybe talk more about Diego Garcia on the next stream. I appreciate you bringing it up, and I appreciate your support for the channel. Inked Cyclops. Thanks also, Michelle Duchess from South Africa. That's really nice of you, Michelle Duchess. Thank you. Hey, thanks to all of everybody who supported the channel tonight. Really nice of you guys. Did I thank Endless XX? I hope I did. I think I did. So again, your support is what allows this channel to exist. So thanks so much for supporting the channel. Let me just make sure I thanked everybody. Big Fuzzy. I'll say Big Fuzzy. Thank you, Big Fuzzy, for subscribing on Twitch. Thanks so much for your support. Hey, another good way to find out when we're going live is to follow us on X. If you're on X, follow us on X at Agenda Free TV. At Agenda Free TV on X. I post in advance when we're going on the air. I post updates about the channel there. Thanks, Keith Monzo, for watching. We do have a chat on Discord, a chat where you can chat with other viewers when we're not on the air, and it's free. So check out our free Discord chat, Agenda Free TV Discord chat. The link is the same link as the free notifications link. So check it out. Hold on. Thanks so much to our Discord mods for helping out in our Discord chat. Really appreciate it. Also, if you do watch us on YouTube, I would suggest turn on the YouTube notifications. It's a little tricky how to do that. To turn on the YouTube notifications, which can help you figure out when we're live as well. Subscribe to the channel, then click the bell and choose all notifications. If you're already subscribed, make sure you just click the bell and choose all notifications. Eric from Eng says, how long until the ground invasion? All right. Hey, shout out again to our Facebook subscribers like Dolly Clark and Christy Claft and Kay Lowry Body and Margaret Riley and Robert Rial II and Brian Davio and Kristen McConnell Gates and Susan Priest Buchner. Thank you to all of our subscribers over there. Diane Allworth on Facebook, thank you so much for subscribing. And again, our Twitch subscribers, thank you so much for supporting over there. Freezing Cathedral, Annie Cush, Big Fuzzy, Sugaro, the Sugaro, Tuna, Bretsky, Wall Street and Shaggy, Matthew Kohai 3, My Mind Spray, Sharkingly, LCS Fox, Bill Huang, Canadian Till End VO, Till the End VO, Barker J. Rar, thank you, Naomi Russo, all of our other Twitch subscribers, thank you so much, and our YouTube members. Sherry Sophia, Red Girl, Kiwi Girl, Turned Off, Katie, Brenda Triplet, UV Lightning, Mendy R, User UF9HL, CAC, Marisol Deval, Bernard Tappy, Dobie Needs New Socks, Red Girl, Wes Downer, Bunker Buster, Teresa, Chris N, User, PB Andre. Hey, thanks Rodney King Official for watching. UV Lightning. Murrow Burrow, thanks for watching. Joe King, thanks for watching. Psychos in Australia. Thanks Anka for being a member. Thank you, Anka. Jack's Animals, thanks for subscribing. Appreciate that. Jack's Animals. Fishies and Chips, thanks for watching. Primal 7. Again, if I get off the air and then a half hour later there's some huge news, we can do a whole other live stream. Thanks Lindsay Wessel for watching on Facebook. Ben Arledge. All right, Marnie Pixley, thank you. All right, Paula Thompson, I think it's time. I think it's time, guys. I think we're hitting that time right now. Doing a last check here, but we'll have to keep an eye on everything. All right, guys, that is it. I am wrapping up. I really appreciate you being here and watching the channel. More coverage coming up soon, but that is it for now. So thanks for watching, and we'll see you soon with more live breaking news coverage right here at Agenda Free TV.